Check 1, 2. Yeah, okay.
Test.
Well, we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching live online and for those of you here in the arena, we're going to talk more about the arena, of course, as we go through the day today. Welcome to the 40th anniversary of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. We look pretty good for 40.
Well, we've done it 32, 33?
Quite a while.
Something like that. Something like that. We've been here for a while.
So just a quick introduction. My name is Dave Middleton. Proud to have been a part of this event, like Robin mentioned, for 32 years. My co-host here in Port Elgin, not just for today, not just for today and tomorrow.
He's stuck with
but
me always.
through life in general. From 97.9 The Bruce and also the new CFOS FM 89.3, Robin Woods.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Robin, we always...
They clapped for me.
They did clap for you. They didn't say a thing about me. That's normal. So we'll introduce a whole bunch of other people here shortly. We're just starting to get underway here at Pumpkinfest Village, right in the center of Port Elgin. The largest two-day car show, packing them in again. We've got 800 to 900 cars that'll be on display.
Another lucky weekend weather-wise.
We got another.
Loving it.
We've got an incredible year, and you're going to see the result of that. I can't let anything out of the bag.
Good
But
things coming.
you might want to be here when we weigh the pumpkins. You might want to be here when we weigh the pumpkins. But you definitely want to be here for the start of the event this year. It's a tradition. Let's welcome them back. Please welcome back with our national anthem. By the way, we ask you to please rise, remove your hats, and join in if you will. They're also going to follow that up with their version of Watching the Pumpkins Grow. As always, to kick us off at Pumpkinfest, these are the Chantry Singers. Nice. For those of you watching the online broadcast, we are coming to you from Port Elgin, Ontario, Canada. For some of you, you know the best country in the world. Here, we watch the pumpkins grow.
It's early up Ontario farm, chicken crow for day. I wish I grew an apple apples up above Fundy's Bay. Oh, it seems so far away. On the ridge above above Acadia's town to the valley down below. The evening shadows falls upon the families, listen to the radio and watching the pumpkins grow. Down on the farm, back among the family, away from Ontario. Hear the ladies singing to the men, dancing in heel and toe, and watching the pumpkins grow.
Ontario, you know I've seen a place I'd rather be. Your scarlet lakes and the city of Toronto don't do a damn thing for me. I'd rather live by the sea. I've watched the leaves of geese go by, the fox flew in the snow. I've climbed the ridge of Gaspereau Mountain, looking to the valley below, and watching the pumpkins grow.
Down on the farm, back among the family, away from Ontario. Hear the ladies singing to the men, dancing in heel and toe, and watching the pumpkins grow. I said down on the farm, back among the family, away from Ontario. Hear the ladies singing to the men, dancing in heel and toe, and watching the pumpkins grow. I said down on the farm, back among the family, away from Ontario. Hear the ladies singing to the men, dancing in heel and toe, and watching the pumpkins grow.
Ladies and gentlemen, another nice round of applause for the Chantry Singers. That wasn't very nice, eh? Anne got all of us clapping on beat, and then immediately you guys stopped and went to the ending. Tease. Thank you very much, as always. Once again, welcome back here to the Saugeen Shores Community Church. But today it's called the Bruce Power Way Off Arena. As we've done for the last 39, now make it 40 years, one of the most well-attended way-offs anywhere in the world, not just North America, and that's because of you, the fans. We end up with about 50,000 people that attend this event over the weekend. And Robin, you already mentioned it, the weather we've got going this year, we may set a new attendance record.
That always helps. It
Yeah.
always helps.
And also, we'll talk more about on-site. For those of you that are watching at home, you maybe can't make it here today, but we do this all again tomorrow. Today is one set of way-offs. We're going to do another set of way-offs tomorrow, and a completely separate list of events to entertain everybody.
It is a busy time, and make sure you get out there and take it all in. But as it is the 40th, well, as always, we have some dignitaries here to kick things off. And with the 40th, some special things to go along with that.
So here to present our land acknowledgement today, as we all know, we certainly say thank you for the lands that we live on here in Saugeen Shores. From our council, Cheryl Grace, will do our land acknowledgement this year.
Thanks, Dave and Robin. I'm Cheryl Grace. I'm a council member for the town of Saugeen Shores, and it's my honor to be here today to read the town of Saugeen Shores land acknowledgement. And as I do that, I'm holding a very precious braid of sweetgrass grown by our own Doug Court, one of our Pumpkinfest leaders. And that's a very special gift, Doug. Thank you. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. Now, I'm just going to take a minute because this is often what we do in our council meetings as we're reading the land acknowledgement, is to just have a quick moment of reflection. This past Tuesday, we had a very moving ceremony on the Zbigniegan Bridge, which crosses the Saugeen River. And it was to commemorate the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, a national holiday which commemorates the victims of residential schools across Canada and also gives support to their families and the survivors. At the Bruce County Museum right now, running until November 30th, there is a wonderful, very powerful exhibit about residential schools, and particularly about residential schools survivors in Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So I urge all of you to take some time to go and visit that exhibit. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you, Cheryl. And in talking about the Bruce County Museum and Cultural Center with the exhibit, they are also very involved with the Walks for Wenjack, and there are a number of them coming up in mid-October. They are free to take part. They are a great event to continue on with the Truth and Reconciliation. So please go to their website, brucemuseum.ca, check out those dates, and be a part of it if you can, and the screenings of the film as well.
All right. Thank you, Robin, for that important reminder. Well, as per usual, we have many celebrities that are here and special guests. They are here most importantly to bring greetings from their different organizations. But immediately following that, we are going to put them to work for the always popular Seed Plinko this year. Seed Plinko.
We're being a little more sanitary this year.
We've seen what you people have been able to achieve in the last few years. We don't need anyone getting hurt again at all. First here to bring greetings, well, we understand that Ben Lobb probably already is in his seat for the Toronto Blue Jays' next home game, but this guy is not. Here to speak on his behalf, let's welcome Pat O'Connor to the front.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here to represent Mr. Lobb. My name is Pat O'Connor. I'm the constituency manager for Mr. Lobb in Huron-Bruce. Mr. Lobb regrets that he's unable to attend today, but I'm here to bring greetings on his behalf on the 40th anniversary of Pumpkinfest. And I was commenting to Minister Thompson earlier, is that the last time we had weather for Pumpkinfest was in 2008. And I remember that because I drove up here in a convertible. But anyway, it's a lovely time. Certainly the crowds are huge, the car show, and to make a soft plug, lunch is being served at the Rotary Club of Saugeen Shores food booth down at the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
And Pat O'Connor weighs in at 247.5 pounds.
I think that's 6 pounds heavier than last year.
He is the new leader in the watermelon category. I guarantee you, no one else will make that mistake today now. Yeah, I am going nowhere near that thing. All right, next in line to be weighed is our MPP. Please welcome Lisa Thompson to the weigh scale area.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I hope everyone watching and attending this year's weekend Pumpkinfest in Port Elgin understands the dedication and the commitment, because we're celebrating and recognizing 40 years of celebrating community, celebrating harvest, and most importantly, celebrating this amazing community in Saugeen Shores. So with that said, Brian, watch out. I was training, I was getting ready, I was gonna see what we could do this year, so I look forward to the Plinko. But I'd like to invite Joanne and Doug Port, if he's available, and the Mayor of Saugeen Shores, Luke Charbonneau, to come forward, please. Okay, yeah, and we don't have to stand on that either, no. So as Minister of Rural Affairs for the province of Ontario, I just can't help but recognize how important festivals are across this province. And earlier this year, I was very proud to recognize the amazing work that gets put together, stitched together, seeded together to celebrate Pumpkinfest through a Celebrate Ontario grant. And now it's here, and it's crazy out there on the streets, which is awesome. I understand the car show is sold out, 650 plus, and 15,000 people. Think about the economic spin-offs associated with this event. It's stunning. But as your member of provincial parliament, I'm very pleased to present to you a scroll recognizing your 40th anniversary. And again, as I mentioned as I started, it's the commitment, it's the vision, and absolute dedication to community that makes this so special. So Doug and Joanne, on behalf of all of your volunteers, I'm sure Mayor Charbonneau joins me in saying thank you and congratulations. And I understand this is going to be exciting this way off this year, because there's a locally homegrown Bruce County pumpkin that might be in the running. So that's pretty awesome to hear too. And furthermore, let's celebrate you at the 2026 IPM International Plowing Match and Rural Expo, and get even more people out here later, a couple of weeks later next year. So congratulations.
Well, actually, we want one of them not to go anywhere, because he's the next one to speak. Luke, if you would, on behalf of the town of Saugeen Shores, your mayor, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Luke Charbonneau. Oh yeah, Bruce County Warden. I'm sorry, I sold you short.
Thanks. Don't forget all my titles. Oh. Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome to Pumpkinfest. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful weekend here in Saugeen Shores. I have to say, it's the 40th one. I think it's going to be the best one yet, don't you think? So full disclosure, I am 44 years old, and I have been coming to Pumpkinfest for my whole life, almost, except for the first 4 years, I guess. But I remember when it was down at the casino, on the waterfront. I remember it at the curling club. I remember going up to the high school and going up to the tent up there when it didn't blow down. And I remember, of course, coming here, and you mark time in our community by Pumpkinfest. You know, when Pumpkinfest comes, fall is here, and it's just so many great memories at this event. And the reason for all of that, the reason why we have all that, is because of the amazing, incredible people who put this event on. You think about Doug Cord and Fred Worth back at the beginning and starting this whole thing, and Doug is still in charge 40 years later. Remember Jan Bonham and her leadership, and of course, Joanne Robbins. And Joanne, I don't know how many years Joanne has been doing this forever, but Joanne, huge round of applause for the incredible Joanne Robbins. And then you think about the folks at the car show, all the folks doing that work are the vendors, the growers, all these amazing growers from all over the place who come here. So many incredible people make this possible every year in our community and create these great memories for us. So I just want to say, on behalf of the town of Saugeen Shores, on behalf of the county of Bruce, on behalf of everybody in our community, thank you to all those people, not just this year, but all the people for the past 40 years, the thousands of people who've brought this event to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to all of them. How about a huge round of applause for all the volunteers and everybody who makes this possible. So that's it for me. Enjoy the weekend. Have a great time at Pumpkinfest, and we'll see you back again next year.
Yeah, I hear there's going to be another one. Yeah. And last but not least, our illustrious leader for the last few years. And this year, Robin and I actually grew stuff, and he helped us get into this. So now I have another place to spend my money. So please welcome our mentor and the head of Pumpkinfest, Mr. Doug Court.
Thank you very much, Dave. Wait a minute, 163? Oh, I was 163 last night.
You're barely,
there we are.
You're barely big enough for being a tomato.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here after 40 years. 40 years when Luc Charbonneau was only maybe 2 years old, and he spoke the same way, quick and about everything. I can remember those days when we dragged pumpkins across the casino floor in snow. And the snow was outside. And now at that time, the pumpkins and the watermelon were so small, it's hard to believe. Now we got gigantic pumpkins that could have reached, hopefully, 2,000 pounds. And I also would like to thank you to Councillor Cheryl Grace for the acknowledgement of the sweetgrass. The sweetgrass, for those who don't know, is Mother Earth's hair. When she brushes her hair. Yes, we got some sweetgrass there. And I grow it at my farm. And it goes back to my family roots of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, in Tanganega. And I hope everyone has a wonderful time. The weather is beautiful, and we couldn't ask for more. And everyone has a great time. And I'll conclude in my own language, Ona ki Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Robin, if you can give me a little hand here, let's move this bad boy out, because we want them to see the results of what these people can do. So in the past, we've done seed spitting, but of course, that's not nice. So, and then we did seed shooting, remember? And then we did with the bands, we did the rubber bands. And there's not a lot of talent in our celebrities that do this. So we thought we'd make this fairly easy this year. So we've gone to something brand new. We're do something different every year. The celebrities don't know what we're going to do for the competition. This year, we decided on, ignore my company, we decided on seed plinko, so no one gets hurt.
Shameless promotion on your
I'm
half,
pretty
by the
sure
way.
Longmire will still pull a muscle somehow.
Probably.
All right. So if you look at the bottom of the plinko board, you're going to see if you land in the middle squares, you get 7. That represents 7 feet that you would have spit. Then beside that are ones, 1 foot. You have 7, 1, 5, and 3.
And you get 3
3
Plinko
plinkos.
chips.
Are
and
we
then
good?
we'll send you to stand on the measurement as to where you end
When
up.
we total up your total distance, you'll stand where you would be. Right? Perfect. All right. So first up, I believe did Cheryl leave? Cheryl chickened out. Nope, Cheryl's not here. Okay, who do we go to next? Where? Oh, Cheryl, come here. You got to do plinko. All right, you did such a good job with land acknowledgement. Come on over here, Cheryl. 3 plinko chips. Your total, you're going to stand where it would have equaled for your seed spitting. So Robin's going to give you 3 chips. Stand to the side, drop it so the camera can see it. Let's see what you get. Drop one. Pick where you're going to do it. What did she get? 7. Big start. A 1. Not as good. 8 total. And a 5. Financial advisor. I know that equals 13. All right. You're going to go stand by 13. Give Cheryl a nice round of applause. Your first seed Plinko of the day. She gets 13. Who do we go to next? Is it Pat? Pat O'Connor representing Mr. Ben Lobb. So quite honestly, Pat doesn't care how well he does because it'll be Ben's name beside this. He doesn't really care. All right. Ooh, that's a good start. Good start with a 5. Just like the markets. Yep, going, yeah. Oh, another 5. 10 got a chance to take the lead here. Uh-oh. Oh, a 3. 5, 10, 13. You just go hug Cheryl. You're right with her. Who do we have next? We go to Lisa Thompson. Who shot the... She's already doing this. Wait a minute. Wait, don't drop it yet. What did you say coming up?
I was just wanting to double check a recap from last year. Who shot their seed the farthest?
Anybody remember? We're going to give it to Lisa. We don't care. All right. Here we go. Are you sure? I wouldn't do it there. No. Oh, no. Lisa, I tried to tell you.
You did.
I did.
Oh, I'm going to the other side.
A whole 5. So we got 8. You need at least a 5. Another 13? Go stand with your cronies. Taylor Swift. Who's Taylor Swift? Oh, all right. Who's up next? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome from the town of Saugeen Shores and the warden of Bruce County, because you can't forget that. He gets angry. Mr. Luke Charbonneau. All right. Get 13. I dare you. Look at how quickly he gets at her. A 7. A 7. A 3 is 10. Here comes a 5. I don't even have to look. Give it a shake. A 1. That's
only 11, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that's only 11. You finished so far second. Because we have a 3-way tie for first, yeah. All right, the final opportunity will go to the morning show host on 97.9, the Bruce. Well, one of them, Mr. Brian Longmire. Go ahead, get on. I've been working out. Yep. Yeah, I know how you've been lifting, if that's what you've been doing. All right, here we go, Longmire. Longmire starts out with a smooth 3. Don't like it. He gets a 5, and the only reason you got a 5 was because 2 3s won't go together. You would have got another 3. So he's got 8.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Did I not tell you the talent was on the lower scale here? He missed the hole, and he pulled a hamstring.
Yeah, but did you see me bend down and get
It was flexibility.
Come on, 7. Get over here.
And it's a 3. That is 11. You and Luke are done. You're out. You're histoire. We've got a 3-way tie. The 3 of you come back up here. You got to break this tie. Thanks, Brian. You got to go. Are you on the air? Hurry up. You got a report to do. One apiece. One apiece. Winner takes it all. One apiece. Here we go. Oh! It's a 7. Big start. Big start. Cheryl takes a quick lead. It's
All right, look it.
a 7.
We didn't think this through very
No, that's all right. O'Connor's going to get a 1. He's going to get a 5. Oh, all right, you're done. But thanks for playing Plinko. It's always good to see you, Pat. All right, ladies, it's a battle for the ladies here. Cheryl, 1 Plinko chip only. Oh, we got a runner. We got a runner. All right, here we go. It's a 1. If you get a 1, all right. Oh, you're heading for it. It's a 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your Plinko champion this year. Give it up for Lisa Thompson. That's, really good news. Lisa, we know that if you win, we are guaranteed to get more money from the provincial government now.
You got it.
All right, thank you very much. Give her a nice round of applause, Lisa Thompson, the MPP for, it's Huron Bruce, right? Now, they've changed the names of the ridings and whatever. All right, there we go. Plinko is completed. Lisa Thompson is our champion, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like to see some way off? All right, here we go. Let's get started with the 40th edition of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Here's what happens. While we're doing all the stuff we just did, we have people that are going through the trailers at the back, and they are staging pumpkins, squash, watermelons, long gourds. We have, what else we got here? Cabbage here. We have long sunflowers. We have big sunflower faces. We have tomatoes. We have what would have been a brand new site record tomato, weighed in at 8.5 pounds. However, there is a rule. Tomatoes can't leak. They can't start to have liquid come out of them, or they are disqualified. And this one, unfortunately, has been leaking for a few days. We're still going to show it to you. We still weighed it at 8.5 pounds. We're going to show that to you here in a little while. Robin and I actually grew this year. And Adam, can you bring up the photos of how it looked? We wanted to grow. First of all, we've been up here talking about Pumpkinfest for more than 30 years. And I try and give you some of the basics of how to grow this stuff. But we wanted to prove to you we can actually do it, and you can too. You don't have to have a big farm to take part in Pumpkinfest. The items that we grew this year were in pots, larger pots. In one case, we cut a big barrel in half and then filled up each half of the barrel with potting soil, and that's how we grew our tomatoes. We have 2 1.5-pound tomatoes here that didn't take a lot of extra work, but trust me when I say this, you get very hooked on it. Do you have one of the pictures up? There you go. So on the big screen behind me, there you can see that's just one part of right beside our house, which is 2 streets up here on Mill Street. The old chair came from your mom's house, right?
It was her sewing chair.
It was her sewing chair, I remember that. So we got these 2 started. You start your tomatoes kind of end of May is when you seed them and start to get the growth. We were excited just to see the little sprout. Well, then you take the sprout outside, and then you put it in that pot, and then you let it grow. Do you have the second set of photos? There's a photo of, there you go. So on that picture that we see up here, and you can also see on your screen on the broadcast, that little yellow thing in the middle is a flower. That's a tomato flower. Now, a tomato plant is asexual, only has one sex, so you don't have to do any pollination. A tomato plant pollinates itself. That's what happens. The yellow flower turns into a tomato, and then you basically prune off extra branches and these little things called suckers. It's a little plant between the vines. And you prune everything off, and then you get, here, I'll grab it. I'll be back in a minute, Adam. Sing or something. So I'll show you the result of that tomato. So you're going to see much bigger tomatoes today. I happen to know what Doug Court's bringing, and I know Bob McKenzie's got a couple of big ones too. But this was just a little bit of work every morning. So that tomato is about 1.5 pounds. The bigger tomatoes you're going to see here today will probably be 5 to maybe 6 pounds from people who've been growing for 20 or 30 years. But with very little effort and the correct seed, just constant watering, give it a little bit of any kind of enhancement that you want to give. And that's what you end up with. So we had a 1.5 pound and a 1.55 pound tomato that we brought today. The one comment people normally have is, it's green. Right. When they're green, they are continuing to grow. When they start to turn color or turn red or pink, that's when they stop growing. Now they're putting all their energy into turning color. We don't want that. We want weight and size, not ripe. So you'll see a difference between this one, which is about, again, 1.5 pounds, and this one, which is slightly bigger, but was actually picked off the vine about a week ago. So when you take them off the vine, if you want to preserve your tomato, is that the 8? That's the 8-pounder? Yeah, we'll grab that in a sec. That's what happens. So you can see a little bit of red. So this one gets picked. You rub it with a combination of peroxide and water to take any disease off the outside of the tomato. You put it on a plastic lid from like a margarine container in the fridge, and they'll keep for a couple of weeks. This one lost about 0.1 pound, probably, over a week. But it's not leaking, so it can be measured. Now.
Okay, we're going to start with something else here.
Go for it.
Because we have some local growers. They got other things to do today. I can't imagine what that would be, but and so you are?
We'll be back. Doug Mahan.
And you are from?
Southampton.
So do you live in town?
It's leaking.
Yeah, right downtown.
So you grew this basically in your backyard?
Yep.
So you grew this for the sunflower head?
Yes.
You can do it two ways. You can do a sunflower for height, which then the flower itself will be quite small because all the energy will go into the stem. They did it for the face, and they measured in at 24 inches. That is great. Have you tried this before?
First time.
First time. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. That is an excellent start. See, this is what you can do in your own backyard. You could be a part of Pumpkinfest. Thank you. And we'll look forward to being back.
And then you get hooked, and then your neighbors look at you like you're weird.
Because you are.
So this is the one I talked about. This comes from Pat Watson. Pat Watson is the head of the GVGO. There he is over there. If you're interested in, you think, hey, they make this sound easy. It's easy to get started, hard to get hooked. If you go talk to Pat, he's got seeds available. You brought a bunch of seeds, and you might be able to get seeds from this. So this is 8.15 pounds. But if you look at it closely, I'm going to kind of turn it on an angle.
Is it actually a tomato, or is it three of them all grown together?
It's what happens. So there you go. So you can see how 3 tomatoes have fused together. So you know the little flower that we talked about that happens? you look for the little flower, and underneath the flower would be 3 bumps. The bumps are the tomatoes. So that's what you look for, and that's how you get big ones. There are many different varieties of a tomato. I have Russian giant tomato seeds. There's Domingo. There's like a bunch of different kinds. This would have been a new record for our site, except it is leaking or seeping. When your tomato starts to leak, it's not officially, you can't enter it in the competition. So this is for display only, but I want seeds from this. Come and talk about this. Come here. So this is Pat. Come on with me down here. Robin and I became members of the GVGO this year. We were at the grower seminar. By the way, thank you guys very much for doing that, because you'll learn a ton that we'll probably never use because I won't remember it. Tell me about the GVGO. What is it?
Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario is a nonprofit organization of a bunch of hobby gardeners that enjoy growing to the extreme. It's a lot of fun. It keeps us outside. It's a lot of great people that you can network with. All the growers will donate seeds back to the club. And then what we do each year, we send out a seed pack to all our paid members in the spring. So it's a great way to get seeds. It's a great way to meet people that are in the hobby. And it's a great way to learn how to grow giants. It's a fantastic organization with a lot of good people and a lot of fun.
And what does it, there is a cost to joining the GVGO. Trust me when I say the seeds you get far exceed the cost that it is. What does it cost to become a member?
Memberships can range from being a no seed pack membership, which is $15 a year. That would entitle you to get all the newsletters and be a member of the club and participate in our contests and so on. And then the regular membership, which would include a free seed pack, is $30 a year. And then for a family, it's $40 a year for a membership.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to send you over there. If you want to see Pat, he's here at the table. He's got seeds available. You want to try it? We showed you pictures. That's a baby tomato on the screen right now. You can just get a big pot from Home Hardware, wherever you want to get it, and get a hold of us on the Port Elgin Pumpkinfest website. We'll hook you up with the right people who can help you get started at this. It was a lot of fun.
All right, we have got the president and your watermelon. Oh.
Yes, my personal best is 187. This will be close.
All righty.
Oh, that weighed a teeny bit light.
It was, yeah. Surprising.
There's a lot of air in there.
You never know, right? Never know.
So one of the things we've done before, I'm not asking you to do this, is we've cut them open because people always ask, is that watermelon edible?
It's edible, but it's going to be donated to someone else.
Awesome. Awesome.
There we go.
Perfect. We'll see if we get one today. We'll cut one open and
That's
give
our
you a chance
first
to see
official
it.
watermelon, though.
Yeah.
136
Give him a round of
pounds.
applause. Doug
Nothing
Port's
wrong with
your
that.
leader. We have up on the big screen for you to see right there, and Adam might bring it up on the online broadcast as well. That's the end of growing tall sunflowers. Now, we grew one that's about 10 feet tall. Again, planted the seed, just put water down, just kind of grew it. And you can see the one on the right side of the screen is the one that we did today, and the other one will be here tomorrow, just to see if we could do it. That's done in town, 2 streets that way, and done in a pot at the side of the house, and then we had to get some more sunshine, so we moved it to the front.
Well, Doug's there was much better, and he's in town in Southampton, and his stalk was nice and thick.
Yes, yes.
Definitely they do better if you can get them into the ground because the roots then have more nutrients to soak up, but it's something you can do in town.
And I don't know if you could, but if you could ever get an invitation to go to Doug Court's farm. Go to his farm. It's incredible. He's got close to 100 watermelons growing. He's also one of the best growers for field pumpkins in the world. He's got field pumpkins all over, at least 3 stretches of field pumpkin plants. Probably got 400 growing. He's got giant pumpkins there. He'll have a tomato. I think he and Bob McKenzie are probably going to battle it out for the biggest tomato here today. So if Doug Court ever says, come to my house, go to his house. That's a pretty cool place to go.
But then you see just how much is involved. And once you start, I mean, you might think, and you could do it, just plant the seeds and hope for the best, and away you go and see what you get. But the guys who take this seriously, it is a lot of work. He is up at the crack of dawn going through all the fields, going through all his plants, taking off the little new ones so they don't suck any energy off the plant. It can be a lot of work, and when we went to the GVGO, I'm telling you, it was like being in chemistry class again in high school. But you can do it any level you want.
That's right.
You can throw them in the ground and hope for the best. You can do something in the middle of making sure you water it, feed it every day, or you can go all in.
And you can turn it into a little family competition. So get a few seeds and you grow one, and your kids grow one, and your neighbor grows one. This takes a little bit more work to start to grow these pumpkins. We're going to talk extensively about the type of pumpkin you see on the weigh scale right now. This is a giant Atlantic pumpkin. We'll talk more about that in a second.
His thought is the same as ours. You got something that came to Pumpkinfest. So, do you know why maybe it didn't get a little larger for you?
I had a lack of water, and we all know how much summertime we had this year. So instead of growing at 20 pounds a night, it decided to grow 2 pounds a night.
Well, it's still a healthy little pumpkin, let me tell you. 328 pounds, our first pumpkin in for the day.
Give him a round of applause, Doug Court, 328. Yeah, that was a big thing this year, is the fact that we all enjoyed it, right? How many people loved the sunshine and the heat? And man, we had a good summer. That's not what that pumpkin likes. That's not what a tomato plant likes. They need water, they need sustenance. They love sunshine, but they need other things to grow. And so that had to be artificially done. In our case, we were just doing it with a watering can. But if you really want to get into this, you set up a watering system so that it's consistently watering the plants, maybe even in a greenhouse. We'll meet some of the growers who specifically grow in greenhouses. And you can tell that with the size of some of the pumpkins and squash that we get.
Well, being outside, you also have to worry about critters, right?
Yeah.
Because they think, ooh, there's a buffet.
They have a big problem at Doug's house, which is just kind of on the outskirts of Port Elgin. Their problem, twofold. One of them, they got a pack of coyotes that we could hear when we were sitting at their house. It's not too far away, so they'll come in, try to eat. And the other thing is
Bears.
black bears. Yeah,
Yes.
black bears. We've got quite a few that have kind of resided in our area now, and that is a buffet for a black bear. So let's talk a little bit about giant Atlantic pumpkins. They actually came from the East Coast. A gentleman by the name of Howard Dill. Howard Dill's farm is in Nova Scotia. We were actually at that farm a couple of years ago, had a chance to meet the Dill family and see what they did. They were the ones that kind of started the refinement of the seed to grow a giant Atlantic pumpkin.
And for those who are in-house with us, there are you and Howard's son.
That's actually at their farm in Windsor, Nova Scotia. The seed for a giant Atlantic pumpkin gets up to about the size of a loonie, maybe a little bit bigger than a loonie. And if you want to wonder what the value of these seeds are, if we were to weigh a world champion pumpkin here today, which by the way is over 2,700 pounds now, that seed is worth more per ounce than gold. And we all know what's happened to gold. That's how valuable this seed is. There's Robin and I with him as well. They actually, to the left of him, to the right side of that screen, is where they actually have that's where they think they had their apples and their other stuff that they picked from the farm. So they have a farm where they generally grow normal things, and then if you're nice and they know you, they'll take you to the back of the farm where they grow the giants.
They are basically a version of Highbury Farms.
They
They're
are,
those
yeah.
who are local. They do sell a lot of stuff. And you will, at a farm like that, or even as you're here in Pumpkinfest, you're going to learn about things you didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
I got another watermelon. Do I have a grower that goes with this?
Who do we, this is the Mackenzies? Are we doing it as a team? Bob and Elaine? We're going on a team.
Oh, it's
I like
Elaine's.
that. That's why Bob and Elaine are still married after many, many years. 39 next weekend?
Wow.
Can-
Come on in.
These are also mentors for us. I know you were sick of getting emails from us.
Oh, he needs the other one. You know, they said to me, "Are you new?" You just forget. It's been a year. So how did you find the growing season where you are?
It wasn't a good year for us. We had a lot of bad luck. We lost our pumpkin yesterday to a split. We lifted it up and it had a big crack under the bottom of it, but
Yesterday, that sucks.
that does suck, yeah.
Life goes on.
And this is your watermelon.
What's both of ours?
You're going to share it. You're going to share it with them. I'll let you get a picture with that. Came in at 115 pounds.
Former Pumpkinfest champions. I believe you were both been pumpkin and squash champion. I think
We
they've
will
been
see them
watermelon
many
champion.
more times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Bob
But-
and Elaine. So that is a Tiverton watermelon. Bob and Elaine live just outside of Tiverton.
But as Dave said, they mentored us, and you will find the growers are wonderful. They will help you. They will answer your questions to a certain extent. They're not going to give you the secrets that they have, but they will help get you going and answer any questions that you do have. It's a great community because they want more people to be here, so they have more competition, and you keep something like Pumpkinfest going.
So step one, if you're interested in doing this, go see Pat at GVGO. Sign up for that first. You get a seed pack. Seed pack will give you seeds for pretty much everything you see here today from some of the biggest ones grown in the province. Start with that, and then you can gradually grow from there to get into this more competitively. Like I said, we started with 1.5 pound tomato. Your goal is to double every year, so we're going to try and get to 3 pounds for next year and keep growing that way. So a giant Atlantic pumpkin, very, very different. We talked about this seed. So how do we grow one of these things? We take a seed, we plant it over here. We take another seed, we plant it over here, and we get them to grow. Now, they don't take as long to grow as you think. It just takes 3 months, a little. Bob, is it fair to say, how long did your big one take before it split yesterday? 3 months? Yeah. From the time it starts growing to the time you get to what we see today, it's about 3 months of growth. At its peak, the bigger pumpkins that you see here today will gain 50 pounds in 24 hours. Bob already talked about the fact that their pumpkin had a split on the bottom of it, and that's why. It's because it grows so quickly, the skin can't keep up with it, and it basically will create a crack. If there's any hole in a pumpkin squash watermelon that goes through to the interior, it's illegal. It can't be entered in the competition.
Do we have a grower that belongs to this squash?
Whose squash is on the weigh scale? Do we know?
It's a nice little squash. Somebody should take ownership of it. Oh, here he comes. It's a court. It's Doug. He got talking.
All right, is this Doug's? It is, Mr. Court. While he's up here, I want to ask him about these other things we have on display. Robin, find out about this squash, but then we're going to find out about these. First, tell me about your squash this year, Doug. I actually saw that one growing.
Well, I've grown squash well over 1,000 pounds. And again, instead of growing 10 pounds a night, it grew 2 pounds per night. Lack of water.
Yeah. But hey, you get what you get, right? So we're going to get your picture taken. Then I want you to tell me about these other items you brought. Take your picture. Robin, hand the man the thing. Thank you.
I thought you were talking to him
No,
about
no.
his guards.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that for sure. So Doug, and give him a nice round of applause. 353-pound squash. You pick whichever one up first. Okay, come on over here. I want you to tell people, so first of all, your heritage Tyndanaga, correct?
Yes, a Tyndanaga Mohawk.
All right. So,
From the Bay of Quinte, Mohawks, part of the Six Nations.
and tell me what this is.
Okay, this is a bottle gourd. It comes from southern Illinois. And I have a hobby. And I take the bottle gourds and I take other gourds and I make them into art. This one is called hard shell. So you could take this, throw against the wall, probably break the wall, and then we go through a long process of over a year of drawing, and then they'll go down to a few ounces, and then I'll show you now what we do with it.
All right. This is all done. Remember I said if Doug invites you to his farm, go, because this is pretty cool. All right, so what's this?
So now it's a few ounces, very light. You can make rattles, you can make other types of art. We hollow it out, all the seeds, shellac it, and cure it. We cure it inside with a little bit of Javax. Now we go to the next stage, year 2.
So this is 2 years into the process. Step out here, because this is cool to show people.
This is called Bow Cree. I give them all a name. And from the river, we also collect shells. And they are called mollusk or rainbow mussels. And that is Bow Cree's ears. And there's his ears on the side. I don't take any live shells. I take the shells away from the river otters. The river otters go up and they open the shells up and get a nice snack. So this particular character has a story, and we put a nose on it. We have to put a wooden nose. These are palm frauds, just as something to indicate its heritage. This is from Shoppers, Halloween. And then the nose is a piece of ash from an ash tree. And if you look closely, it's hard to see, but the eyes are mirrors. It spooks the grandchildren right out of their wits. And then we put art representing different tribes as well. If you saw 3 feathers, sometimes we'll put turkey feathers, they'll represent the Mohawks, and so on. Each tribe has a different feather. This particular character doesn't have any feathers. I just decided one day, let's put some palm frauds.
All right. That's one of the coolest pieces of art I've ever seen from stuff we actually grow. Thank you. We're going to have you back in a little while. Give Doug a nice round of, that's kind of neat heritage. And Doug also has a selection of alcohol at his house, second to none.
And by the way, you can grow those in your backyard.
That's right. We'll continue to show you that you can do this. All right.
Okay, now we've got a guy. We talked about him earlier. Terry Weber is from Kincardine. And you said you tried this a few years ago, but this is the first in a long time that you've been at this.
25 years ago, I started.
And we're all saying you're in trouble because you should see all the stuff he brought.
Pretty much the same as everybody else.
but not in your first year. We brought 2 skinny little tomatoes and even skinnier sunflowers. You have got some big stuff. And are you you have farm, you have acreage to do this?
2.3 acres.
So ha, if he can, you can too. Now this is a marrow.
It's a marrow, yep.
Do you know what a marrow is?
Not a clue.
You just planted it, no for the best. Well, it comes in at 47 pounds.
That's a big marrow.
That is a big marrow. So put that down there, get your picture taken. And a big round of applause. First time grower, and you're going to see him a lot as we go through the day.
Pretty sure Terry grew about 20 years ago and then took a hiatus and is now getting back into it. You remember I alluded to the fact that you might want to be around when we get to the really big pumpkins? His is one of the really big pumpkins, and keep your fingers crossed. Here at Pumpkinfest, we've never had a 2,000-pound pumpkin. That, I think, is about to change.
You will also notice as we go through the day, the different colors. Some are they're almost white. And others, which come from Howard Dill that we talked about earlier, the big bright orange one there.
Yes. There is an award that'll be handed out later today, so we're going to do the weigh off up till about 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, however long it takes for us to get through everything. Then we'll do the awards about an hour after that. Yeah, there is some money up for for these growers. If you ever tried to figure out how much time you put in versus how much money you could win, you wouldn't do this. We're talking pennies per hour. I know how many hours we put into growing 1.5 to 2 pound tomatoes. A lot of hours and care. I never worried about my children as much as I worried about my tomatoes. I still don't. My grandkids, yes.
They would account for that too. So now we've got Dennis Harding, and Dennis, you are from?
Palmerston.
And is this the first of many offerings, or what did you bring us today?
Yeah, I brought some long gourds and some tall sunflowers, sunflower face, tomato, cabbage. Yeah.
It's because he wants the overall grower award. Dennis always goes for that.
See, they don't just do one thing.
Yep.
They don't. This is a nice one, though. Is this the only one you were concentrating on?
Yeah, I have another one, but it's a little smaller, so I brought this one and maybe the smaller one tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. So what were you hoping for?
Oh, around 490.
490? That's what it measured out? As our judge takes a look, it's all
pretty
good.
Close. Yeah.
497.5. So it weighed out. Yeah, give them a round of applause.
You tell me, when you came to Pumpkinfest today, did you say, if I see a 500-pound pumpkin, I'll be happy? No. Some of you are picky. Holy cow. Well, you're going to see bigger than that for sure.
We're good. Thank you. Now, and even considering growing it and all the time that goes into it, now consider, how do I get it to Pumpkinfest? That's almost a 500-pound pumpkin.
So for the most part, giant pumpkins are not grown on the ground. Pumpkin doesn't need to be on the ground. You grow it on the skid. Because later on, when that gets to 1,000 pounds, you don't have enough drunk friends to pick it up. So you grow it on the skid, then you're able to put the forklift underneath, pick it up and get it out of the field, or use the sling that you see right there on the screen. That sling, we want to say a big thanks to all of our friends in the engineering department at Bruce Power. Many, many years ago, we went to Bruce Power and said, the football team has a lot of hernias. We can't get them to pick these up anymore. How do we do this? And it was them that invented the very first sling. That sling is used all over the world today at all of the different weigh-offs and in many farmers' fields just to get them up and off the ground. You're going to have to tighten that one a little bit more, yeah?
And full kudos to these guys for taking this job on. I'm not quite sure they knew what they were getting into because growers are going to be hovering over them to take care of their baby.
Well, so
they
is
don't
Luke.
get hurt.
Luke is our head picker-upper.
Picker-upper. But you got to think, you say Bruce Power came up with this harness. Every year, they almost have to look at it again because the pumpkins are getting heavier and heavier and heavier.
And this was a concern for Pumpkinfest. We've never had a 2,000-pounder. We believe we're going to bring one to the weigh scale later today. Is the sling big enough? Not will it hold the weight. But when you look at the size, the girth of some of these pumpkins and squash, it's big. We're talking about condo-sized. And so that's the question. Is it big enough to go around the pumpkin? Well, we know if they were able to move it in here, we'll be able to weigh it because worst case scenario, we'll get a bunch of people together, we'll just shove it off the skid onto the weigh scale. But we're talking big. Some of those are enormous.
Well, you consider a few years ago, quite a few years ago, we had a world record pumpkin weighed here at Pumpkinfest. It was just over 700 pounds. That was a world record.
Yeah.
And now, if you're not at least 1,500 pounds, you're not getting on the leaderboard by the end of the day.
And the new world record's over 2,700 pounds.
It is crazy. Okay, now we've got another marrow, and I want to talk to Elaine here. That's the Mackenzies. They're teaming up this year. There's no competition.
No, we got to do that next year. We'll put both of our names on everything.
But I want to talk to Elaine. Elaine.
This is a big, different strain of marrow. The last marrow we saw
the last
was all
marrow
green.
we saw was a solid green, and this one's really pretty with all the stripes. So what's the difference?
Everybody's different. I don't know.
There's not different strains. It's just that's just the way it grew.
Yeah, it's just the way it grew.
All right. So it comes in at 89.5 pounds.
That is a big marrow. Ooh.
That is a big marrow, but a pretty marrow too.
So there's part of the difference. Elaine just alluded to it. So let me explain it in human terms. Robin is my wife. She's 5'2". I'm 5'11.5". Nobody in my house will let me call myself 6 feet. So I'm 5'11.5". Our two children, Tyler and Jack, are 6'4". Either Robin has some explaining to do, or we have good seed. And that's what this is about. So we talked earlier, we put a pumpkin seed in the ground here, a pumpkin seed in the ground here, they grow. For about 1 week out of the summer, those plants are maturing. The flower will open. And you will take the male portion of the plant, called the pistil, from this plant, rub it into this flower. Now, here's the important part. That flower will only open for 1 week of the summer, and it's at about 6 o'clock in the morning. Either you're up at 5:30 to be in the field at 6 o'clock to do that, or the bees will pollinate your plant with a rose from the neighbor. And you'd end up with a goofy looking pumpkin, right? So that's part of step one. Then it closes, and then we start to see the pumpkin grow. But you never really know how those two seeds are going to mate. You can mate the same plant to itself. So there's lots of options to try and get growth, and it's trial and error all the way through. But once it starts growing, you get rid of everything else on that vine. The vine for a giant pumpkin, giant squash is about 20 feet to 25 feet long. Takes up about a 30 by 30 square in your garden.
All right, this would be Todd. Come join me.
Todd Klein. Todd drives from Quebec every year to come to
And
this
I am
weigh-off.
correct, this is a bell gourd.
Yes, this is a bushel gourd.
Bushel.
Busher gourd, I'm sorry. And I'm not sure I've ever seen one with such a stem.
Well, I guess it's well hung.
All right, there you go. And so what else did you bring with us today?
Oh, I've got a whole bunch of stuff. I got a pumpkin, I've got a long gourd, tomato, marrow. I have to look at my list.
So here's the
So he hauled all that from Quebec.
Yeah, here's the cool part, Todd. I want you to tell people, what does it take for my good friend Todd Klein to get from his home in Quebec to Pumpkinfest? It's a long process.
Yeah, I'm across the border from Ottawa in the Quebec side. So we come through Highway 60, right through Algonquin Park, through Huntsville, and then down Highway 11 and cross country from there.
And how long, approximately?
About 9 hours.
And you actually, this year, kind of got part way, and then you met up with another guy who's, let's be honest, he's a bad influence to most of the other growers. But who did you meet up with?
He was the champion last year, and it's kind of gone to his head. So he let things slide a bit this year, but we're really good friends. So he comes from the north, I come from the east, and we hook up at Weber's Hamburger Joint. I know a lot of you people know where that is. And we were there within 10 minutes of each other.
What's it?
6 hours for him, 5 hours for me. And bang, there we were.
And what's it like? So you have a trailer with a pumpkin, with a bushel gourd, whatever else on it. He's got the same kind of thing. You guys converge at Weber's. How long are you there? You're there a lot longer than probably just to have a burger because people want to take pictures, ask questions.
That always happens. Anytime you stop, people come and they want to take pictures, ask questions, see what everything is.
All right.
So, but we allow for that. That's great.
All right. We're going to meet Jeff in a little while. Everybody in Port Elgin will meet Jeff at some point this weekend. Yeah. Give him a round of applause. Todd Klein, that is dedication. When you are willing to make that kind of a trek to come and be part of Pumpkinfest. What a great family. Todd's also helping out a little bit with, tell me about the Way Off. You have the Way Off next weekend. Some of us are going to be in Woodbridge. You're going to be in Quebec. You guys have a Way Off there.
Yeah, we have a new Way Off this year near Lachute, Quebec. And so I'm going there for that one and help them out. We got supplied them with a judge and stuff like that to help them get set up. So yeah, that's where we'll be next week.
All right. Well, good luck. Thank you very much, as always, for coming. This little group of growers, it's not so little, but you can tell what kind of family feeling there is. Everybody, I can't believe how many, when we started growing a tomato, just a tomato plant, how many emails we're getting from people all over Ontario, all over Quebec, all over everywhere saying, how's it going? What do you need? Try this. Everybody just kind of helps each other to try and get to the next level. Try and set a new personal best. Step one, GVGO, Pat's over there, talk to him, become a member, and then all of these people are going to help you try and grow stuff. And you may not want to grow giants. You may just want to grow better tomato plant. Well, who better to tell you how to do it?
All right, a couple of things. First, we're looking for Steve Schwo from Otterville. Has a squash. It's being loaded right now, and they are trying to find Steve. So, Steve, if you could come over to the growers area, wherever you happen to be. And this is our first-time grower from...
Well, first time in 20 years.
Kincardine.
25 years, sorry, there you go.
To be honest, we grew before, too.
Yes, yes.
Anyway, his first attempt at a watermelon. Let's see how this one goes.
Watermelons, according to most of the growers, they are a little finicky. So tomatoes, some of the other plants are pretty simple to grow, except you just got to put a lot of maintenance into them. Watermelons are finicky. They don't like specific temperature. They only like so much water. They don't like this kind of fertilizer. There's a lot that goes into getting a big watermelon.
51?
And 51, is that what we got? Give him a nice round of applause. He's back into growing from Tiverton. Again, we know why he's here. He's nervous for us to get that pumpkin on the weigh scale. We're a little bit from doing that yet. Remember, we got lots of other things going off, so this is the Bruce Power Weigh Off Arena. Coming up very shortly, we do our Grow with Kids competition with Port Elgin Home Hardware. So a lot of kids from the community getting started in growing. That's usually about noon hour, but probably will be a little later than that. Remember going on downtown, the OLG Cinderella Carriage Car Show, the OPG Environmental Tent, the Carnival Midway, the Giant Tiger Kitty Carnival, the Fall Fair Classics, the Craft Show, the Junior Firefighter Obstacle Course, the Bruce Telecom Entertainment Stage, and that's not the whole list for today alone.
So this is from John Butler, but John's over there socializing, so the muscle is going to talk to us.
I'll tell you what, when you get into this Butler crew from the St. Thomas area, they are well known for tall sunflowers, like tall, hit the roof sunflowers.
Over 28 feet was his entry last year, which I believe was a North American.
It's North American record.
Cutting some stems. You said you were talking for him, so come on. No, you're not talking. Oh, he was just going to be the muscle. 271 and a half pounds.
Holy, what does that tell you about this? That is thick. Very thick, and I guarantee you those seeds will go into a container and back into the ground next year. Anytime you get something that what growers call weighs heavy or looks heavy or weighs heavy for how big it is, that seed is invaluable. That's what you want to put back in the ground again.
I do believe the Mackenzie, this is yours? The Mackenzies are up again. And it's like old home week. You come to Pumpkinfest, you get to see everybody and check in and see how things are going. This is all Bob. Elaine's not going to take any credit for this at all. And this qualifies as a pumpkin?
Yeah, it should, yeah. We lost our other pumpkin, and so we just take what we have left. So we found this one growing in the back end of the plant. So we come here with something anyway.
Well, that's right. Why not? As I mentioned, there's cracked open yesterday, their big one that they were working on. And just with the rules, there cannot be an entry point, I guess you could say, in the pumpkin. A crack cannot go all the way through. Otherwise, it is disqualified, which is, oh, sorry.
We'll donate this one for the church for their pumpkin drop later on.
Thank you very much. And by the way, 2 weeks from tomorrow, this church does do a fundraising pumpkin drop, and it is awesome. You see something like that drop from how far in the air? Oh, like way, anyway, it is amazing. All right. There we go, 252 pounds. Nothing wrong with that. And as you come in to have a rest, have a seat, watch some of the weigh-offs, do remember to go over to the far end because that's where we have our other items that come in. The sunflowers, the long gourds, the tomatoes, and whatever else just happens to come along, that the smaller things, quote unquote, smaller things, are over by the table. If you are going to join us, please find a seat. If you're hanging out by the fence and seeing some of those items, if you could just have a look, take your pictures, and then move on so everybody else has a chance to look at the different things. But take a load off, have a seat, join us for a while, and then do remember to head out and take in all the amazing things, because we're going to be getting to lunchtime here very soon. And a lot of great vendors are out there with some very delicious things. Roy Phillips. Where be Roy? The growers, they get talking, they wander off. Paul was nice enough to remind me to go get your 50-50 ticket as well. It goes through the weekend, yes? Yes. Goes all the way through the weekend, obviously. Half of it goes to the cause and the other half goes to the winner, but it gets up there. So make sure you support that.
Before we even opened the gates today, it was over $7,000.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Roy.
Who was our grower
Roy
again?
Phillips.
Roy Phillips.
We got your field pumpkin.
If you know Roy, send him to the weigh scale. If you are Roy, come to the weigh scale. You're making Paul the judge angry. Never make the judge angry.
No, he's scanning his phone. He's not.
How long have you been judged now? You've been longer than I've been doing this, so 35? No?
A long time.
And Morgan was a grower that became a judge. He's getting ready to retire from judging. Morgan's getting somebody trained up here to do that. And our son Tyler will actually be training to do this part, because we're not young either.
We found Roy, or Roy found us.
Here's
not
Roy.
Quite sure.
Just put that with his pump. Oh, actually,
Roy,
we're going to need
over.
it.
So Roy, where are you joining us from?
From London area.
London area. Do you have a farm, or are you?
Yeah, we have a farm. We grow pumpkins.
All right. So this is a first offering of the day?
Yes. I only had the 2 items, and this is my best effort on the field pumpkin. I've never grown a big one like that before, but we do grow regular pumpkins, and so it's a little bigger than a normal pumpkin.
So you thought you'd bring it?
Yep.
For a nice, fun weekend in Port Elgin.
Port Elgin, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you know what? It is a 60-pound field pumpkin. That is a very good size pumpkin.
That's a big, good field pumpkin. Okay, we've got, looks like is that a bushel gourd coming to the weigh scale. And then we have a brand new competition here at Pumpkinfest, which we didn't make an announcement on. We weren't sure how many entrants we've had, and apparently we've had 1. But that's okay. We're going to do that competition here in a minute. Actually, we have time now. Bring them in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lazy Dog Weigh-Off. Do you remember, was it Puppy Chow, I think, had a commercial running? And it said, Dog Chow. It was Dog Chow. Dog Chow makes me very happy. That's this dog. Come here. What's your puppy's name?
George.
And what is George?
Basset Hound.
A Basset. I love this, George. Come here, George. Oh, there's tons of smells for George. And with a nose like that, George can smell it all. George, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come up on here. Come on. Okay, whoa. Lay down. How big is... it's not as big as I thought. He's
57 pounds.
57 and a half.
Yes.
He's gained weight?
Yeah, 2 pounds.
We all gain weight, trust me. Wait, I have something for George. George gets his own T-shirt. You think? All right, there you go. Take that for George. Good to see you. All right, George, stop hogging all the time. Get off. Bushel gourd.
Oh, looks like it's Terry's.
I like the way Terry's like nonchalant.
Just, cruising
Terry
around.
will not be nonchalant when we pick up that pumpkin. I
Nope,
guarantee
I don't
that.
think so. Okay, come and bring her onto the scale. Terry, come and join us. One of the things that the judge does look for is the size of the stem. The stem
Yes.
can only be so long, whether a pumpkin, whether a squash, yes, the bushel gourd.
Oh, we got an update. 50-50 prize over $9,000 now.
In total?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I assume that's it. And where's the table? Back here, right? Yeah. Oh, right behind you guys. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the update. So is that 207?
Oh, it's got a fairly
hold
long
on.
stem on it, so.
It's probably not going to affect
So
it.
we're at 217. Let's see
Probably
how much
won't.
this stem really makes a difference. No, it's still 217.
Held right on.
But it's a legal 217. 217-pound bushel gourd
Give a nice
for
round
Terry
of applause.
Weaver of Kincardine.
I don't know if Adam, can we bring up the leaderboard when you get a sec, just so we can give people an idea? Oh, there he goes. Just really quick here while we get ready to put some more stuff on the weigh scale. We are here in the Bruce Power Weigh Off Arena, part of the 40th edition of Pumpkinfest. That's right, it's been going on 40 years. How many people in the arena right now, first time, never been to Pumpkinfest before? Wow, quite a few. Cool. Do
Very
any
nice.
of you have any questions? Something that you wanted to, you can ask anything. I'll make up an answer. Anybody? No? Nobody want to know how long it takes to grow? Most of the items you're seeing take between 80 and 90 days to grow. For example, giant tomatoes have about an 80-day cycle. However, if you are getting into something, and this new big trend now is giant onions. Have you seen this, Pat? Giant onions? Yeah, big in the UK. I think I want to bring them to North. I want to try one. They're huge onions, like standing this tall. Big, big onions. They take longer to grow, though, right? Are they not like, I think they're 9 months. I think you have to do them in the fall and let them grow inside. But for the most part, what you're seeing is 80 to 90 days worth of growth in just about everything that we have here. There you see our leaderboard, Dennis Hartung. Oh, there it is. Oh, I don't know. He might get this on camera. Okay. Oh, can you email that? He's got an email address that you can send it to and they can bring it
All
up.
technical. All right. So as you go over to our table, we were talking about John Butler and Art Johnson do very well with the tall things. They did show up today, always together. We're going to go with sunflower. And right now, I would believe
258. Is that it?
50, no,
250.
No.
Oh,
I would imagine it's,
258 inches.
all right.
Yep. Well, I don't. We're
yeah, oh,
hey,
oh,
look at
there
that,
it
the
is.
sunflower. Okay, we're about to go to second, but we're in first right now. That's pretty cool.
That's because they haven't put it up yet.
Look, our tomato is quickly falling.
Well, that's not a big shock.
No.
Corn stalk, they both have very nice corn stalks. Art's coming in at 279 inches. Does anybody got a calculator?
I don't have to do that quickly.
And John Butler's at 296.
Wow.
And again,
So the leaderboards.
they're longer than the table that we have the orange tablecloth on back there to be measured. So imagine, how are you going to get that from St. Thomas to Port Elgin?
And we can see the leaderboard will automatically be updating over and over again.
Here they come.
Oh, this is a sunflower. Now, our sunflower was 112 inches. We didn't grow in the ground, we grew in a pot. So they are very thin vined when they grow in a pot. I know these guys don't grow in a pot. They've got a really neat setup with telephone poles and a pulley system to pull the head up as it's growing. Look at how tall this is. That's as far as you're going to get.
That's as good
Look
as you're
at
getting, but look
that.
at that.
Okay.
And by the way, this is our North American record holder from last year. Not this sunflower, this grower.
So, how many of you have a Honda Civic that'll fit in? Right. It's not easy getting them here. You got to get a trailer long enough. Basically, it's a car trailer that you got to bring them with.
Got another field pumpkin coming our way. It's Courtney's. Nope. I'm going to give them back. I just had to read them off. So the Court family have a competition every year. They are all involved.
Whoop.
Whoop, whoop. So this is Courtney.
Don't be nervous.
Well, you should be nervous. Field pumpkin,
Yeah.
best that you had this year,
Yes.
and your best, your personal best?
Oh, I'm not too sure off the top of my head.
What? You are not related to Doug if you don't. But still, where are we at with field pumpkin? We only have one up on the board, and it's at 60 pounds. This one's at 103.5 pound field pumpkin.
Wow. You just destroyed that. That'll go to the leaderboard as number one. But for how long? Yeah, take a picture right now. Because her grandpa is one of the top field pumpkin growers in the world. Her grandpa is Doug Court. So the difference between pumpkins, right? You go to the grocery store, you look in the big bin, you see pie pumpkins, correct? Little ones. Those are the ones that you make out of pie. They're nice and soft on the inside. Maybe you make jack-o'-lantern out of them. Same kind of pumpkin. Then you go to this kind of pumpkin called a field pumpkin. So it tends to be grown much bigger, so 100 to 200 pound pumpkins. Then we go up to the next size, which are the big ones that we're going to start weighing shortly. And they are called giant Atlantic pumpkins. Just like there's different people, there are different pumpkins. Giant Atlantic pumpkin is a very specific strain. Came from the Howard Dill farm in Windsor, Nova Scotia originally, and then has been more purebred year after year after year. The current world record over 2,700 pounds. We believe today here at Pumpkinfest to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the event, we're going to weigh our first 2,000-pound pumpkin today.
Fingers crossed. This one, our first offering from Joel.
Joel
think.
Jarvis?
Yes.
I just ran into Joel back by the table. Joel apologized because he couldn't come to see us last year. And Joel said, I missed Pumpkinfest. I gotta get back. And he basically said, whatever we get from the farm this year, we are taking to Did you bring the family? I only saw you. Give him a round of applause. This is Joel Jarvis,
I know.
my St. Thomas friend.
We were
Did you bring the family? Where
We
are
were
they?
just commenting on the size.
Get over here. Bring the family. Bring the family.
Of the ribs.
Oh.
The size of the ribs. Like, look at the spread here.
What happened here?
Or here.
Wait till you see the pumpkin.
Okay.
This squash was grown at St. Thomas Golf and Country Club. So on the fifth green, the only reason why the pileated red-headed woodpecker is still living because the guys down there are nice guys. So.
Wait, he was gonna come over anyway. This is the whole family. So this is what happens when you come to Pumpkinfest one year, then the kids start going, well, we're not going to Pumpkinfest, and you're like, I gotta grow something again. And then it keeps happening time after time after time.
Oh, there he is.
Good to see you, my friend. Good. Give him a nice round of applause. This is a Jarvis family from St. Thomas. As you can tell, we all like seeing each other. Our family now lives in London. My son lives in London, so I will make sure that we stop by the farm. Hey, rest of you, get in here. Get your picture taken. Awesome. It's so good to see you guys back. Awesome. Hey, you're coming back up. I know you got more. Give them another nice round of applause when somebody comes back. I mean, the time, I can't believe a woodpecker made that kind of mark. Yeah.
Yes, especially when you bring the young ones, now there's so much going on. I mean, our kids, they came along with us every year, and basically it is Christmas, their birthdays, and Pumpkinfest. That was their excitement level for events. It ranked right up there, and it's a great event. Every single year, a big tip of the hat to the committee that puts it together every year, because you keep the favorites, but you always have to add something new for people who come back every year.
It's part of why we live here. We moved from Owen Sound to here partly to buy a business, partly because we like Pumpkinfest, and why would we travel back and forth? By the way, how many people in the arena right now are from not Ontario?
That was a really awkward way to word that.
Do we have anybody from outside of Ontario? Perfect. We normally get where? You pointed over here somewhere. Anybody else not Ontario? No.
They just didn't want you to come go talk to them.
Where are you guys from? From Alberta? Welcome. You guys speak English in Alberta? Good, nice to have you here. We're from in Alberta. In Edmonton. Okay, well you have a daughter here who lives where? In Port Elgin? Awesome. Welcome, Alberta, that's pretty cool. You don't do anything like this in Alberta. Not quite this big. All
they
right.
just grow big cattle.
Yeah, they in Alberta, if you have a 100-acre farm, you're a hobby farmer. Yeah.
All right, we found Steve. We were looking for Steve. We found Steve. Or Steve found Duff. I'm not. You're from Otterville, I hear?
Otterville, yeah.
And how was your growing season?
We'll turn you around so we're at facing it was challenging.
It was probably a hot summer like everybody else's.
Summer, and we're not the best soil conditions, so.
But this looks like a nice, this is your first offering of the day. Nice field pumpkin.
Yes, it's the first one. The bigger one rotted a couple days ago, so
Seems to be a trend already. Have you been to Pumpkinfest before?
a few years ago I was here just with pumpkin.
So now you decided to bring a variety. All right, let's see how his field pumpkin did. Currently, Courtney's sitting at the top with 103.5 pounds. Oh, your top three. 50.5. 50.5 pounds for Steve.
Okay, now the whole point of these people growing and coming to Pumpkinfest, in some cases, all they're gonna get is your applause. Every time somebody weighs something, it should be a giant round of applause. Otherwise, you'd be sitting in an arena watching nothing. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you an idea of, and again, we'll just speak from what we did with a tomato. So I get up in the morning, I have a shower, I go out, I check the tomato plants. I make sure I trim off any of the suckers. That's a little extra branch that kind of happens between the main vines. Make sure I get rid of all the other flowers because we don't want any other flowers. We want one tomato growing on one tomato plant. So you trim all that other stuff off. Now you take a look, soil dry or is it wet? If it's wet, don't put any water down. If it's dry, go get some water. But you can't use town water because town water has chlorine, and chlorine dries out your skin and dries out the plant. So then you have to treat the water, and then you have to go out and you might have to put some, any kind of enhancement in the soil that you want to, like fish guts, for example, is a great enhancement.
Stinks to high heaven, though.
Your neighbors hate it, but it really makes the plants happy.
So no, don't cheat. Is this your first go at a squash here at Pumpkinfest?
Yes, it's first go at squash.
All right. Nice. That's a pretty nice first go. 365.5 pounds.
It's okay. Robin doesn't have her glasses on. 367.5. So to finish up my story, that takes about half an hour to an hour every morning. We only have 2 tomato plants and 2 sunflowers. And then you come back home at lunchtime, make sure they haven't dried out. You might have to give them some more water and some more fertilizer. And then you go away, and then you come back at supper time, and you do the same thing all over again. Now they're calling for frost, so you got to cover up the top of the sunflower. And you do that every single day. Then you go away on holidays. Well, the plant doesn't go away on holidays, so you call your neighbor, or in our case, Doug Court. Hey, can you come take care of our plant? So now he takes care of his plants, and then drives to my house and takes care of my plants. And then I would do the same thing for him. So it's a long process, but it's a pretty cool process. We had fun.
I got to say, you're seeing a bit of a trend here. We've already talked to a couple growers who lost some of their biggest stuff just a day or two ago. And it was such a hot and dry summer, seeing a lot more of the smaller things, the bushel gourds, the marrows, the corn stalks, because you can water those. Getting out in the field and doing a pumpkin or a watermelon, a squash can be labor intensive unless you have a watering system.
Which is why many growers have gone to a greenhouse system. So we're going to meet Jeff Warner in a little while. Jeff lives in Englehart, Ontario. Does everybody know where Englehart is? Like, go north and keep going, and then when you go, then you go more. Like it's like calendar, like, yeah. So they grow. He owns a greenhouse business there, and that's where he grows all of his things because you can control heat, you can control moisture. The other big problem he would have, further north you go, bigger the bears get. So you need to make sure that you're protecting from that kind of a thing. So greenhouse growing has become more popular. A lot of growers in this area do still do it outdoors, but you're going to grow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. We actually had 5 tomatoes on the go. We still have all 5, which is very lucky that you actually get them all to grow and not go rotten. But they do start, when a tomato, as an example, starts to ripen or get that pink or red look to it, you have to pick it because it gets ripe quickly, then they get soft, then they seep, and when they seep, you can't measure it. So we want them actually to be green if we can.
So which bushel gourd is this? This is yours? And another thing you don't think about, I never thought about, you get a tomato that's getting to 2-3 pounds. You've got to support it somehow, or else it's going to either break the stem or it's going to fall off. So you have to get bags, you have to tie it up. It's a thing. So Courtney and a bushel gourd, is the other one Grandpa's?
Yes.
Saw them both together on the skid.
Mine grew upside down. It grew upside down.
Well, isn't that different? All right. Family competition. This is bragging rights for the year. So Courtney's bushel gourd, womp womp. No, it's not a womp womp. 128 and a half pounds. That's nothing on a womp womp.
Yeah.
That's a good effort.
I was just handed a note. Adam, if you can bring up on the screen for me the promotional thing for the pumpkin drop. So one of the other things that happens in town is we got all this stuff, right? Some of the growers maybe donate them to grocery stores to do for fundraisers. Some of them just want to take the seeds out. On the screen right now, you see the promotional poster for the pumpkin drop. It's a fundraiser for the Saugeen Shores Community Church. This church, what we're in is actually a church, the original arena in town that has become a church.
Which has been amazing, an amazing addition to Pumpkinfest, because before we had a tent and sometimes blew down, and if the weather was awful, being indoors like this is amazing, and we can't thank them enough for the use of the building every single year.
Sunday, October 19th, so 2 Sundays from tomorrow, is the pumpkin drop. What does that sound like? Just what we're going to do.
Fun.
We're going to take pumpkins, giant pumpkins, squash, watermelons, pianos. That's right. We're going to take a piano 55 feet in the air behind the church and drop it.
Okay, I'm going to see if the technology works, because I have video from last year's pumpkin drop.
Do you?
I do.
I didn't know that. We live 2 streets from here, and you can hear the pumpkins hit the ground. And they spread forever. It is one of the coolest things I've ever been to. In fact, so much fun, they invited us to come back and MC the pumpkin piano and whatever you want to donate drop. The one thing we've never tried to drop is a car. So if you've got a vehicle in your backyard that you don't want, let them know at the church. I think it'd be cool to drop a Honda Civic. Let her go. What's that? Where'd they come from? Oh, the bottom of the pumpkin. All right. Do you have your way card? Do you have the card? Yeah, sorry, come on up here. Come on up here. What's your name?
Brett Williamson.
Brett Williamson, where are you from?
Kincardine.
First time growing?
First time.
You're kidding me. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
All right, so here's what we make first time growers do.
All right.
because you're a decently fit guy, so I'm going to make you do it. Nope, don't look at this, don't look at the weight. If you can guess the weight of your pumpkin within 30 pounds, I'm not going to make you do anything. If you don't get it within 30 pounds, you're going to do a special initiation to become a member of Pumpkinfest. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, take a look at that. Is that a boy or a girl?
That's a girl.
It's a girl, all right. Take a look at that girl. What's your guess?
280.
280.
Didn't sound
280 didn't sound good. Your friends already have their cell phones out. They're pretty sure you're about to be initiated into Pumpkinfest. You're actually 390 pounds.
Okay. I'm happy with that.
Of course you are. Wait, they're going to bring that in a minute to get your picture taken. But before that happens, Brett, come with me. If you're stand right here, we do a special thing to initiate people into Pumpkinfest. All of the growers have done this before. I saw Bob McKenzie do this. It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. Elaine almost divorced him over this, all right? Okay. So you're going to turn around and look at me. You're going to take the back part of your shirt and hawk it up just a little bit, because you're going to do something special for the ladies. It's called the Port Elgin Pumpkinfest Bum Dance. So what I want you to do is just bend your knees a little bit. This guy doesn't dance, does he? No, okay. All right, and then just bend over at the top a little bit. And then all you're gonna do, ladies, get your cameras ready, is you're just gonna give him a little wiggle. Oh, attaboy, Brett. Attaboy, you are now officially a Pumpkinfest grower. We should have a disclaimer on the broadcast. Good job, Brett. Thank you very much. Awesome. Have yourself a great day. Thanks for doing that. First time grower, 400 pounds. Why didn't you do it? Why not? Try it. See if you can do it. I'm going to see if I can get some seeds. I might hand a few seeds out. You get a free seed if you promise to plant it. It's the only thing I ask. And you can see everything is different sizes, but we're all proud of what we were able to come up with. The first milestone for pumpkin growers is 1,000 pounds. When you grow your first 1,000-pound pumpkin, that's when all of the other more senior growers start to pay attention to you. Because if you get to 1,000, it's not going to take you long to get to 1,500, and then you're up on the leaderboard. So the first 1,000-pound pumpkin for somebody is the first goal. Field pumpkins. Is there one for each of you, or how did you guys do this? Which one? Art and John. Got it? So Art's is going on first. Art goes on first. Is John going to pick up his own? No, you're going to get his for him? All right. So Art, now these two guys grow together all the time. I don't know that I've ever seen you separate. Did we have a disagreement? Is this now becoming a competition between the two of you?
No, never.
Winner buys dinner. Is that fair? Winner buys dinner?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
All right. So yours, Art's comes in at 86.5 pounds. Give him a nice round of applause. Field pumpkin. So remember, that's a step up from a pie pumpkin. Hey, wait, you got to take your picture, Art. We need evidence. Yeah. Have you not been here before? How many years have you How many years have you guys been coming? Do you know? I know. 25 to 30 years, yeah. That was Art. This is John. Yeah, this is John's. You notice how John brings people with him to do all the work? That's good thinking. Well, it appears to me that Art's buying dinner. It appears to me. Oh, wait a minute. The judge is getting serious. You're not serious today at all. You said you weren't going to be serious today. All right. So what was our judge just looking for? Very important thing to know about anything like this. For pumpkins, for squash, for bushel gourds, for anything like that, marrow. You can see where the stem attaches to the pumpkin. If there is a hole, any sized hole, that goes completely through to the interior, then that's illegal. It can't be weighed. So all he's doing right now, or all he was doing, is checking for any holes.
It did not go all the way through.
It did not go all the way through.
Good.
There you go.
And Art's still buying dinner.
So the technical thing that we use to measure that is just either
a zip tie.
a pipe cleaner or a zip tie. Just put it in the hole and see if it goes all the way through. If it goes all the way through, it can't be weighed. It'll be weighed, but it can't legally be entered into the competition. Bushel gourd.
And whose bushel gourd is this? It's the Mackenzies. They're talking. In between their bushel gourd and the next thing, they grew something. And again, a lot of times, things just happen. We had one year where a guy was just going through the bush on his property, ended up with a puffball mushroom that was stunk to high heaven.
It was like 10-pound mushroom.
Huge.
It was huge.
And I think this is not this. The thing we're going to bring up afterwards is one of those things. I don't think you grew it on purpose, did you?
Oh yeah, I grew it on purpose, yeah.
Well, all right, never mind. I don't know. I just thought you planted it and it just happened to get big.
Okay, so we do have to ask a question here.
There's some marks. Oh,
good guess.
His guess was 230. Not bad at all.
Animal? Do we know?
I think it was leaf damage when it's really young.
Oh, okay. Usually when we see this, we think it's claw marks from an animal. He said it was a leaf damage probably happened to it.
Well, his guess
earlier.
was 230. It's 233 and a half.
That was a pretty good guess. How do we guess the weight of these things?
All right.
So remember, this has been going on for decades. So you can do measurements of your pumpkin or squash in particular, kind of end to end and around. Take the total distance, and there's a chart that has come out after decades of pumpkins and squash being weighed. That measurement will correlate to a weight. It's just an approximate estimate. Most of the growers will come here with a relatively good idea of what it should weigh, and that's more about testing to make sure that the scale is correct, more than anything. But
Bob was nice enough to hang on to this for me because you love to talk. Anyway, now hang on. Our judge thought maybe it was a rutabaga.
That's
but you
what I
said
thought.
no, it's from the beet family, and it is called.
It's a mango wurzel. I got the seeds from Chris Lyons. Thanks, Chris. And we grew them this year for the first time. I think I might have tried one quite a few years ago, but we got two others at home. We'll bring one tomorrow and one to Woodbridge, I guess.
This one, if you turn it around, you see it kind of went hollow in the in between the roots. And the ugly side.
Sorry, what family is that?
The beets.
The beet family. Oh.
But it came in at like 20 pounds, so gets them on the leaderboard for something else. Why not?
That's kind of neat. Can we take that? Can you do me a favor, Bob? Can you just kind of walk that around?
Walk the perimeter
Let people
with it?
see that. That's kind of neat.
And as Bob makes his way around with that, we've got Todd Klein and his field pumpkin. Thank you.
Where's Todd? There he is. Oh, look at this. How did you get the stem to do that? That is pretty cool.
That is a nice stem. You should get a prize just for the stem.
It's upside down. It should be the other side.
Oh.
It's also well hung.
You had a lot of well-hung things in your field this year.
But I wish they'd weigh more.
Oh, this one's pretty nice. 111. The judge is staring. But he's in a good mood. You're good. 111 pounds. Did you have any idea what that's heavy? I would say that's heavy.
Yeah, I couldn't pick it up by myself, so yeah, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to measure them.
According to the leaderboard at the moment, that's the leader right now.
Ah, there you go. Again, Todd with a 9 to 10 hour trip to get here. So that's,
You might as well bring everything you got if you're going to make that trip.
we have many other weigh-offs that are going to happen in the province, but there are less weigh-offs, 2 weigh-offs less this year than there were last year. Next weekend, some of the growers that you see here today, and Robin and I were actually honored to be going to Woodbridge for their weigh-off next weekend. And the weekend after that is the Prince Edward County weigh-off. So now we're going to start to get into some other really big ones, but yes, we are on purpose holding off for the big giant Atlantics. I see we've got a nice big cabbage. Elaine was just telling me that we're going to keep that cabbage actually on display up front, so you'll be able to take pictures of it.
We got another person for you.
Do we have a first-time grower?
A first-time grower, and you are?
Jason McKinnon.
And you are from?
Tiverton.
Nice and close? Yeah, nice and close. Didn't have to, what did you bring with you? This is obviously a pumpkin. Do you have other offerings today?
We brought 2 pumpkins today, that's all. We're going to bring more next year.
Well, that's all right. Good start, good start. Did you try? What? There are some marks on it, do you know?
Mouse damage? I'm not sure. I think it was mouse damage.
I was given a little additional information. Does this have anything to do with 7 acres? Oh, we need to ask about that because this is an interesting story. Does everybody know what 7 acres is? If you're from the area, you know. If you're not, yeah. Marijuana, legalized marijuana is what they grow at 7 acres.
Did you try the measurements yet? Do you have any idea what it might weigh?
We've taken rough guesses, but no idea, to be honest.
All right. There is a formula that the growers do use, measuring circumference and diameter and all that other kind of stuff.
So, sorry, was this grown with the same kind of stuff that you grow medical marijuana with? Tell me how it's associated.
So we just grew it on site out back. We have a lot out back. We didn't grow it in the greenhouse, unfortunately. That would have been pretty cool, but yeah, we just had some space, and William, our agronomist there, he heard about this last year. He's like, we should enter, so got some seeds, started them, and now we're here.
Nice. Now what?
I don't know. I guess we see how much it weighs.
Well, definitely get the seeds out of this one.
Yeah.
Not a bad offering as well, I do believe, at this point.
Wait, he looked. You can't see? Good. I'm glad that you need glasses. Okay, you're going to have to be within 30 pounds or we're going to make you do the same thing Brett had to do. All right, so within 30 pounds, one way or the other, what do you think?
I'm going to say 4:30.
Not bad. You don't get to.
Well, you win. 4:47.
Ooh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
Put
go
you
ahead.
in
get your
second right now on the leaderboard.
And a big thanks to 7 Acres for jumping in. You can grow these almost anywhere, right? We grew the tomatoes and the sunflower in pots, like big pots at our house.
Oh, that's the last one. We kind of had a patch of 6. These are our best ones that came out.
Oh, did you already go up? We should mention some of our sponsors, because obviously we cannot do this without their help. Big thank, as always, one of our gold sponsors and partners in this, Bruce Power, great community partner in everything we do. Bruce Telecom, Enbridge is part of this as well, OLG, and then I'm going to hand this over to you because I didn't bring my glasses.
We share glasses now. Big thanks to Enbridge, also OLG, Ontario Power Generation, the Community Foundation of Grey Bruce, as well as Sunbelt Rentals, the Province of Ontario, the Town of Saugeen Shores, and Vanderwerf's, your independent grocer, just some of our sponsors this year. And of course, they make this possible.
All right, Mr. Court.
Field Pumpkin.
Come here.
Oh, he's in there. Let's see where he goes to. He's going to settle in at second on the leaderboard.
106.5 pound field pumpkin for Doug Court.
Give him a nice round of applause. That's second spot on your leaderboard, as we see up there. How many, actually, I wanted to ask this while you're here, because we were out at the field. How many field pumpkins did you actually have growing? Do you have any idea the number?
I don't count anymore.
100?
Correct.
Okay. It's a lot. You should see the field. I know where it is. I've been sworn to secrecy. Thought we'd talk a little bit about some world records. Now, Pat, you might have to help me a little bit here. Correct me if what I'm saying is wrong or right, but let me just go through these. Current world record for the giant pumpkin, Travis Geiger from, I believe, I know he's from the U.S. He is a horticultural and landscape teacher at Anoka Technical College, 2,749 pounds. Is that the right one? Good. That is your current world record. The world record squash, Todd and Donna Skinner, they are from Dublin, Ohio, 2164. The world record watermelon is Chris Kent from Tennessee, 350.5 pounds. The world record field pumpkin, Mark Braggs of the UK, 268 pounds. And, although I think this one got broken, Dan Sutherland of the USA had a 16.89 pound world record tomato. I think that one was, there's another record, is there not? Or do you think that's a big one? Okay, that's the one we all know of. And I talked a little earlier. Oh, no, Robin, you do that, and then I'll do this.
Don't be looking. Don't be cheating. So who do we have here?
Mike Bajourney.
And you are from?
Originally Walkerton, but I live in Howe Island by Kingston, Gananoque.
All right, you made a trip. You have some Atlantic Giants coming. Judge, he says this is a jack.
Big jack, but a big jack.
So this would have to be put with the rest of the pumpkins, or can it qualify as a field pumpkin?
I don't know. You'll have to wait for the judges to make a decision on what
the judge is thinking. The judge looks perplexed.
He doesn't, you know what? You don't care. You got it here. Now we're going to find out what that sucker weighs. It's 132 pounds. Give him a round of applause. Can you actually, I think this would be cool. Explain, it's Howe Island, right?
Howe Island.
Howe Island. Where is Howe Island?
Just where the Lake Ontario ends and the St. Lawrence starts, right across from Wolf Island.
Oh, perfect. So this was grown on the island. Like, do you live on?
I live on the island, yeah. It's
Oh, wow.
It's like 20 kilometers long. It's a big island.
Fantastic. That's kind of neat. So then, is the water that you're using to water for this from the St. Lawrence?
From the well, actually. So maybe. Yeah, probably. It must be, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Hey, thank you very much for coming all this way. That's awesome. Yeah, you can clap. I think you should. I was going to mention about tomatoes just because we got interested in it this year. I couldn't believe the number of varieties of giant tomatoes. They're going to call it a field pumpkin. So as a field pumpkin, you're right there. Yes, sir. Some of the different, there you can see the leaderboard coming up on the broadcast. He now takes over the lead for field pumpkin. So I was mentioning many different varieties of tomato, for example. So a lot of what we see is called Domingo. Then there's the Russian giant tomato. Pat, what are all the other ones? You come here, come on over here. Leave the table for a sec. This is Pat Watson. Pat's with the GVGO, the Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario. If you really want to get into this, just go talk to him, become a member of the GVGO. What other tomato strains are there?
Well, if you want to grow giant tomatoes, I like the Domingos the best. That's what I grew the 8.15 off of that's here today. Big Zac is another popular variety, but I think overall in North America, Domingo is the #1 giant tomato variety. If you want to grow tomatoes for eating at home, I personally like beefsteaks. They're typically smaller, but they're nice, round, red, and nice for the table. So it depends what you want at the end, but if you want the largest possible tomato, I suggest Domingo. And I've got seeds over here if anybody's interested.
So you have one over there that's 8.15 pounds, doesn't qualify because it started to leak and whatever. That's part of growing these kind of things. But to grow a tomato like that, if you look at that tomato, it's 3 tomatoes in one.
When I noticed the blossom, it was a mega blossom, and it was about 6 flowers all fused together on the plant. And I was really hoping it was going to pollinate. I was sitting there tapping it with my finger and crossing my fingers. And this was the end of July, okay? So, and I noticed in early August it started forming a tomato, and I'm going right on, and it went all the way across all 7 blossoms. And it kept growing, and I kept watering it. It kept growing, I kept watering it. I had to build a hammock to take the weight of the tomato so it wouldn't pick itself off the vine. And it just kept going. And unfortunately, I waited a little too long to harvest it. And when I harvested it, I noticed a couple of really small leaks. Tomatoes are allowed to be cracked, but they got to be dry. They can't be leaking any fluid. And unfortunately, my tomato was leaking a little bit of fluid, so I had to DQ it from competition. But it's still here on display, and the seeds are still going to be good, and the genetics are there, so all the rest of it's okay. I just don't, it's not an official Canadian record, otherwise it would have been.
All right, thank you very much. Pat, back to your chair. Visit him at the GVGO. Robin, what's going on over there?
All right, we have Erilyn here with us. A whole family crew is doing this. Mom's got one. Erilyn's brother? Brother and dad got one. Okay, we'll see that later. And so this is not your first pumpkin.
Not my first pumpkin.
How many times have you been to Pumpkinfest?
My whole life.
Oh, well, there you go. This looks like a very nice pumpkin. Do you have any idea how much it might weigh?
500 or something.
Oh, shall we tell her? You are currently, right now, #1 is 497.5. You are now the new leader. 503 pounds. Very nice. Congratulations. Now let's see how mom and brother do comparatively.
Oh, McWayne.
Stand up here with your board.
Yeah. And we now know you weigh 67 pounds. Yeah. Some quick math. All right.
That is awesome. Putting adults to shame everywhere.
Here we go. The competition now begins.
That is a darn nice pumpkin. She looked nervous. There were a couple of holes that the judge had to check, but nothing went all the way through. And something that they couldn't see because it's on this side, when they brought it, they had the stem in a bag of water.
Yes. Oh, let's talk about that. So, when these are picked, usually you'll try and pick them as close to coming to the event as you possibly can. Keep in mind, that's not a brain surgeon, that's a pumpkin. All the pumpkin needs to know is that it's trying to grow. So, when they get picked wherever it is in the field, normally you'll see them arrive with a bag of water attached to what's left of the stem. That pumpkin will continue to drink the water from the bag. It does not have to be attached to something that's in the ground. It doesn't care. It's simply trying to grow. So we'll attach a bag of water to it, to squash, even watermelon in particular. Attach a bag of water, and then it'll actually continue to drink that water. So if you have a gallon in a bag, by the time you get here, depending on how far you have to travel, that'll be gone. It'll continue to eat. People have a misconception that it has to be attached to a vine and the vine has to be in the ground. It doesn't care. The pumpkin and squash doesn't care. It's still trying to grow as long as you feed it. And the whole idea is to not lose any weight between the time you pick it and the time you get here. Most of them are grown actually on top of the skid. They are not grown on the ground to prevent rot. And also, you can imagine if something gets to 1,500 pounds, kind of hard to pick it up. But if it's grown on the skid, you can put the forklift underneath it, pick it up, and move it wherever you need to move it to. The vine itself for pumpkins and squash, approximately 20 to 25 feet long, maybe 3 or 4 inches in circumference, maybe a little bit more than that. If you want to grow a giant pumpkin or squash, you're going to need a plot of land of 25 to 35 square feet per plant. That's how much room they take up. They just spread out. A lot of maintenance, trimming, making sure that we've got all the energy going to one pumpkin, one squash, or one watermelon on the vine. Oh, that's cute.
The video is up. So this is from last year's drop. This is not the biggest pumpkin, but you see the little plastic tykes,
Little Tykes
the
toy.
car on the bottom. Yeah, it's not going to survive.
That's what we're going to do in 2 weeks. Can we roll that back? Watch what happens to the little Tykes toy. Squish. Right. It's the weirdest. You got to understand, people in Port Elgin go through a very long winter. This is entertainment. Coming to Pumpkinfest, This is entertainment. There are times here in this community where we get snow horizontally for 4 days. This
Last
is
year
fun.
was one of those years.
Yes. Tons of fun. That's on, there you see it, October 19th. I think we start at 1 o'clock here. And it'll be right behind the arena for those people that are on site. We're going to drop pumpkins. We're going to drop squash. We're going to drop watermelons. We're going to drop a piano. What's that?
We dropped a piano last year.
And we've got a piano already donated
Broke my
for
heart,
this year.
but we did. So Jeff Warren, and we will meet him a little later on. He has not come up with anything yet, but one of the first things he weighed in, take a guess? It's a cucumber. Just short of 6-pound cucumber.
We tried to grow cucumbers. They're finicky.
And they take a lot of room.
Yeah.
Well, this is a 6-pound cucumber. I'm not thinking it's overly edible.
How's it going? Nice to see you again.
Yeah? And again, over to my right, your left, is where all our other items are. Or whatever Bob McKenzie called his beet-like thing. Oh, sorry. We've got tomatoes, we've got sunflowers, we've got sunflower heads, we've got corn stalks, we've got long gourds, all being measured and weighed over at this end on this table with an orange tablecloth on it. And just know that right now our leading sunflower and corn stalk did not fit on the table.
All right, Robin, we're off to the weigh scale here. We got Jason. Jason, where are you from again? Sorry, where are you from again?
Massey.
Massey, all right. Tell me about, just before we talk about the weight, because you're going to become our new leader. You almost didn't get here with this. What happened?
Well, loading it up, the rope slipped on the side and kind of dropped a little bit, and it was very scary.
Yeah, people don't know, like this. There are a lot of things that can happen between home and here. You hit a bump the wrong way on the road, they split. There's a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a rough ride here.
Now,
the best. The highways aren't the best around.
No. And this is going to be our new leader. Tell me what you had an idea what it weighed, but this weighs heavy.
I was thinking about 800 because that's what it taped out as, so it looking pretty good.
800, it comes in at 845. It's our brand new pumpkin leader. That is good seed. You are going to keep that seed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
All right, give him a round of applause. We got a brand new leader on the leaderboard. If I ask Jason if he stays on the leaderboard, he would tell you right now, not for long.
Don't be wandering away. You got to take your picture.
You got to get your picture taken. 1, 2, 3,
we got that right,
4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's like 8 or 9 sitting there that are going to beat that pumpkin.
There's a nice cabbage sitting over there. I'm wondering who that belongs to.
I think that's a Mackenzie's cabbage, actually.
Oh, yeah, I will take that. Thank you. We have another sunflower. If we have volunteers who wants to bring the sunflower over, our leader at this point.
Whoever has the new sunflower leader, if you want to bring it up with a couple of friends, we'd like to stand that up and show people what it looks like. So the old process, Pumpkinfest started down at Coulter Parkette, the little parkette down here, then went to down by the water, then eventually went up to the curling club, then eventually over to the high school, and now we've settled here. The old process of moving these was the high school football team, until every one of the 18-year-olds had a hernia, and then we stop doing that at that point. All
So
right,
I
let's,
do
whose
believe
is this?
This
Is
this
yours?
Yep.
All right,
This belongs
stand
to
her
Dennis
up, Art. Let's see
Hartung.
where
We
it goes.
believe this is our leader at the moment for a sunflower measuring up 20,
Just put your foot on it.
25 feet, 8 inches.
Yep, just put your foot there.
I might be as high.
It'll just be heavy. It's hard to
Still,
get
it gives you an idea. 25 feet, 8 inches, there it goes.
up.
Imagine growing that at the side of your house.
Okay, the other thing to notice, no leaves, right? There's no leaves on that. Trimming them off so that all the energy goes to growing tall. Wow.
That is amazing. Dennis Hartung. And again, now your thought is not only have you grown a 25-foot sunflower, you need to get it from your house to Port Elgin without it breaking.
Our sunflower is only about 10 feet tall, half that, and we had to walk it from our house, which is about Imagine what your neighbors think when you're scooting by the house with a 10-foot tall sunflower.
I do believe this is Doug's bushel gourd. Doug Court. All right. This is another entry in the family competition of the courts. We had Courtney up earlier at 128.5. Our leader currently is 233.5 with the Mackenzies. Doug's will end up in third, 177-pound bushel gourd, and currently the leader in the family competition.
Starting to get a bit of bigger crowd. Yep, you can clap. You're supposed to, of course. Just do us a favor. Make sure you grab a seat. Just make sure you're not standing in front of somebody behind you. We're just getting into the bigger stuff now. We have probably 8 to 10 giant pumpkins still to be weighed.
It was a tough year for the Giants because it was so hot, because we didn't have a whole lot of water, a lot of rain, and some of them just with the weather kind of getting back to more of a normal temperature, then they really grew and they blew right out of their skin. So you can't bring those.
So I just got an update from Luke, who is not only the head of our committee to do the weighing and get the volunteers to know what they're doing. He's also the mayor of town. You have to donate time to this event.
And the Bruce County Warden now.
And Bruce County Warden. They're gonna do one more weight, and then we actually have to switch the slings because the sling we're using is not big enough for the really big ones that we're about to bring out. These will be some of the largest pumpkins we have ever weighed at Pumpkinfest. We believe before the end of this afternoon, we are going to weigh, for the first time ever, a 2,000-pound pumpkin.
Fingers crossed, everybody, fingers crossed. And not that we want you to leave us, but just so you know, there are a few other things going on. Always a favorite is the Giant Tiger Kitty Carnival. The carnival, of course, the Midway, right across the street from us. I got the craft show going on, many vendors, lots of food, because I think we're at that time of the day, we're past that time of the day, and just so much, and of course the car show downtown. We had over 600 pre-registered cars. They are absolutely beautiful. It is one of the largest two-day car shows around. So make sure that you, go out, take a stroll around, but don't wander too far, because you want to be back here when we change up slings and we start weighing the big stuff.
This is one of the bigger squash we've seen so far today. World record squash, just over 2,100 pounds. I don't think this is going to do that, but this is one of the biggest ones we've had here today for sure. The Jarvis family, led by Joel Jarvis, our current leader. From St. Thomas, 378 pounds. This one is going to be our new leader. Is it Doug?
No.
Nope.
We got the young ones coming up.
Hey, come on.
Come on, all of you can come. It's
I know.
all right.
I'm scared too, trust me. Oh, the Van Someren family. Okay, so let's introduce, here, do you want to hold that one? Introduce everybody.
Hi, I'm Eric Van Someren. This is my youngest son, Theodore, and that's his oldest brother, Marius.
So you guys have been coming for 4 years, 5 years?
Yeah, it's a few years now. It's always fun, great family event.
Tell me about your squish.
He's trying to grow one bigger than the rest of his family, so he's very excited to have one on the weigh scale today.
All right.
I think it's definitely bigger than him.
It's definitely bigger than him. 378 was our previous leader. You're the new leaders. 391 pounds. Watch up there. Let's see your names come up. I don't know how quickly they're going to get this uploaded, but it usually, there it is. There you are. There you are, Theo. Theo's a little overwhelmed right now. Theo just wants to go on a ride, Dad. I just want to go on a ride. There you go. Theo.
Come on up.
Theo, you have to move up. Come here. Okay, you get up on the scale. Theo, nobody's going to see you, buddy. Okay, hold on. And then you stand beside him, okay? Way to go, Theo. Give them a round of applause, the Van Someren family. 391. No problem. Thank you guys for coming again. I don't know, somebody that's a cook, because I am not a chef in any way, shape, or form. How much squash would you serve for like a family of 4 at Thanksgiving dinner? A pound? 2 pounds? 391 pounds? How big are the people in your family?
We're going to take one more before we switch the slings. They keep coming in. They keep rolling in here.
All right, I just got we kind of want to get little updates as we go for you. I think we have about 12 pumpkins, big, giant Atlantic pumpkins, not including everything else, on the floor right now. We have 6 more outside. We have like 15 to 20 still to weigh. We're going to be here for a while. Get comfortable. Somebody do a food run.
Start taking orders and away you go.
Right outside the door.
So Steve from Otterville has got his bushel gourd.
This is cool. I love it. I wish people could see. So this bushel gourd grew that side down. You can see how flat it got.
So where's bushel gourd? We got 233.5 the liter. So you'll end up in fourth, it looks like. 161.5 pounds.
Give him a round of applause. That is a bushel gourd. You know what? Wait. What is a bushel gourd?
That's it right there.
It really doesn't have much purpose, does it?
Just to come here.
Yeah. There are all sorts of different types of gourds that you sometimes see here. So one of them is called long gourd. You're going to see them. They're 6-7 feet tall, maybe even a little taller than that. It's the only thing that we grow at Pumpkinfest doesn't grow in the ground. It actually grows top down. So you plant it and gravity pulls it down. It's called long gourd. Then we have bell gourds. They look like a bell. They're utilized predominantly in Europe for things like wine storage or for bird houses. And then we get into things like bushel gourds, which really is just trying to grow one giant fat green thing. That's what we're doing.
And if I recall, they're not hollow in the middle.
No, that's solid, solid, solid. And
the green apple, as she calls
a green apple. I think we're going to do cabbage here, the Mackenzies, and then it looks like Jeff's got, you got cabbage too, Jeff? Is that what's in there? All right. So we're going to introduce you to giant cabbage. Looks a wee bit different than the cabbage you're going to buy at the grocery store. You have to pull the plastic out from under it. Maybe. There you go. Make sure all the leaves stay on. So, just to show you, here, I'll get, we're not going to do the weight yet because I'm going to get on the scale. The part, the part of the cabbage that you buy is here. All of the rest of this is just a bonus plan, but the cabbage itself sits right inside there.
And as you will see after we weigh it, some of the leaves are as big as like a small elephant's ear.
It's kind of neat.
It is.
That is a 46-pound cabbage. If that doesn't impress you, nothing will. Jeff's going to try and beat that with his cabbage. We'll pull a leaf off here in a sec. I know they're leaving that for us to leave on display. Bob and Elaine do an unbelievable job for Pumpkinfest and for weigh-offs all over the province. Thanks to them, I'm going to lose next weekend because we'll be in Woodbridge. So that is the size of one leaf. That is one leaf off of that 46-pound cabbage, approximate size of the ear of a small African elephant. It's about the size of that, right? Or one heck of a cabbage roll. It's the only cabbage roll feeds a family of 4. Yeah.
This one looks much more condensed.
Is this Jeff? Well,
This is
you know
Jeff's.
what? We haven't talked to our good friend Jeff yet. He didn't call us last night.
He was busy getting his smaller stuff weighed and measured, so to speak.
I want you to put your hands together for another one of the people that does some of the furthest travel to get here. He is all the way from Englehart, which is go north and then go north more. And my friend, welcome back to Pumpkinfest. Always good to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right. So you did get into, yeah, you can clap for him. So you did get into town, I'm not going to say early yesterday because it wasn't early. You never texted me, which I want to thank you for, but I imagine we might be going out for a drink or 4 tonight. Tell me, or 8, tell me, you just keep coming back to Pumpkinfest. I know you had a tough time. I don't think you had a good year for your pumpkins, but tell me what it was like.
Like my year at home? Well, it was just, things fell apart early in the season, so I just kind of did a half a job for the rest of the season just to hopefully have something to bring here.
And that's how important it is to you to get here. People don't understand. This is a family affair. You come down here and we're all your family for the whole weekend.
Yeah, the plan was I was just coming with this cabbage if that's all I had. Throw it in the car and drive down, no matter what I was coming.
How long is that drive? 9 hours?
9 hours, yeah.
Wonderful to see you. My dad says hi. I know they're watching.
He
All
was
right,
our
cabbage.
winner. He was our winner of the pumpkin category last year, and currently sitting in second for cabbage at the moment, 44.5 pounds. Jeff Warner from
Just
Englehart.
a pound and a half. That competition is going to pick up. Thank you, my friend. I'll give you my cell phone number before you leave. Yeah, I know. The 4 a.m. calls are always good.
Jeff comes here to let loose and have fun.
Yes. What? All right, I'm gonna finish showing this. Robin, if you can do the next, I'm gonna show this because you guys didn't see it. That's the size of a leaf, one leaf from giant cabbage. Num num. All right. That's a single leaf from a 46-pound cabbage. There you go.
All right, Judge needs to clean off the scale. Renee, come join me. Here comes Renee, and this is her squash. Definitely bigger than you. Is this the first time you've done a squash? Oh, she's not going to talk to me. She's just going to stand here and look cute. This is an awfully big squash, my dear. So currently, our biggest squash would be your brother's at $3.91. Guess what, Renee? You beat your brother. 539 pounds. Give Renee a big hand. $50-50 draw. We've got the table right behind this grandstand over here, currently sitting at over $10,000. Get your tickets. Would that not make your weekend phenomenal? Half going to the committee and half going to you if you have winning tickets. We're going to hang on to it. Renee, that is awesome. Our leader in the squash category, and they are getting bigger from here, but that is phenomenal. It's been one of those years. Some of the smaller stuff has really taken off, and everybody is bringing their fair share of marrows, which you will see down there. We've got cabbages, tomatoes, sunflowers, long gourds, corn stalks. All the smaller stuff is over here at this end, and tomatoes. Ours are, I don't think they're even on the leaderboard anymore, dear.
No, we're not. But I'm going to bring this one. All right, this is what it looks like when you grow an 8-pound tomato. Sucker's heavy. Gary, it's a curling rock. An 8-pound tomato. Basically what happens, just hold on there and we'll get to that. If I turn it, you can see it looks like 3 tomatoes grown together. That's actually what it is. But they are purposely grown like that to grow big ones. This one is not legal to weigh because it is leaking liquid, so it can't legally be weighed. But if it would have been weighed, Pat Watson would have been a Canadian record, correct? Would have been a new Canadian record. Look, he doesn't even care. He's just here for fun. I want seeds from this. It's just a tomato. That's 8.5 pounds. Compared to our little 1.5 pounds, which I'm happy with, by the way.
So our 50-50, I think, has grown by $1,000 since I've even talked to you. They are over here behind this grandstand, 1 for 5, 5 for 10, 15 for 20, 45 for 50. Sitting at $11,000 and growing.
I'd sell you one of my classic cars for 11 grand. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
All right, a field pumpkin from Madison, part of the Court family competition. It looks like a solid one. They're struggling to pick it up here. So, I mean, yeah, the leaderboard, but you wanna beat that Doug guy for sure.
Courtney. Definitely want to beat Courtney.
So at least 103.5. Don't look, you're cheating. But you know what? You beat them both. 107.5 pound field pumpkin, beating Courtney and Doug in the family competition.
You go to third on the leaderboard with that one. All right, Pat, we got time. Do you want to come up here for a sec? We're going to talk a little bit about, we're going to bring that one up too. I want to talk about this tomato because a lot of people now have seen it. It looks like 3 tomatoes kind of grown together. Tell me a little bit about what the heck is that thing?
Well, the seed is a Domingo. It's a Domingo variety giant tomato. And I'm not sure. I tried a few different things this year growing tomatoes. I really worked on prepping the soil before the plant even went in the ground in the spring. I added a lot of fully composted material in. I put in some high phosphorus organic fertilizers. I talked to Dan Sutherland, the current world record grower of tomatoes, and he gave me a few tips, and that helped. And one of the things I want to tell everybody here, Doug Court and I went on a little tour of Blue Water Agrimart back in the spring, okay? And we met the owner there, and he took us through all the buildings. And I noticed in one of the buildings, they had a big pallet of sugar, just regular granular sugar. And I said to him, what do you do with the sugar? Oh, we add sugar to all of our irrigation water. It is amazing. It helps, it just improves yields immensely. So that's one of the things I did this year that I've never done before. I added sugar into my irrigation water for my tomatoes. So it's little things like that. It's organics. It's not a lot of chemical fertilizers. It's all more organic, but it seemed to work.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we tried brown sugar. It actually works really well.
You were doing milk. Was that for the tomato or the sunflower?
Yeah. All right.
The matriarch of the Court family.
Here comes Queen Court, Louise. You can clap for her. And let me tell you something. If Louise didn't fall in love with Doug, Pumpkinfest wouldn't exist. If you think these things reproduce, so do the courts.
But you know what? I fully feel for you now because I had to go through a year of this. And how long has Doug been doing this?
About 47 years.
Yeah, 47 years of taking care of all these things. So we're looking at beating Doug or Madison or Courtney. No cheat. You're cheating. They're a bunch of cheaters. They look beforehand, but you know what? You beat them all, and now you're in second. 116 pounds for Louise Court. Just a smidge of orange. Just a smidge.
This is my good friend Paul. Now, Paul has been involved with Pumpkinfest longer than I have. He's actually the judge of the main area here. And so we look at that, and it's difficult for the average person to figure out, is that a gourd? Is that a squash? Is that a pumpkin? How do I know?
So a pumpkin, any vegetable that's entered here that has orange on it, automatic pumpkin.
Okay. Orange, pumpkin, green, gray, something else.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect. All right, there you go. Now we know. Anybody else have any other questions? You've been sitting there going, hey, I wish he would tell us this. No? So, what's a giant pumpkin worth? We've had world records weighed here before. That world record pumpkin ended up being worth about $100,000 US. Now, today, if you grow a world record pumpkin, it is far more than that. The real value comes in the seed. Seed from giant pumpkins, especially record holders, is worth more than gold. And we all know what has happened to the price of gold. Yeah. A single seed will sell at auction for hundreds of dollars. One seed. The issue is we don't know how many are in there. So it could be $1 million pumpkin. We don't know. Field pumpkin, is this for the Mackenzie family? What a lovely family you guys are. Again, thank you for taking all my emails. And my neighbors hate you guys now. All right, what are we looking at here, Bob?
A field pumpkin.
Now this is, we've seen field pumpkins with a lot of green and gray in them. Difference?
I think that's just, they must have been pollinated later, I think.
Okay.
This one was grown from our 180 last year, our 180 seed.
All right, so this is an indicator of you get good seed, use it again. No. And it comes in at 155 pounds. It's a new leader. New field pumpkin leader.
Oh, Dave, we're going to be here for a while. These are all the things that we have seen are amazing, and they all did an incredible job to get vegetables to get this big. But you see the big ones we have inside, there's still more outside.
Yeah.
For a bad growing season, we got a lot of things to weigh this year.
One of the things we had heard from growers was, we as human beings love sunshine, right? We had an incredible summer. We had very little rain. Oh, that feels so good. Not to them. To them, I need water. I need sustenance. I need to grow. So we had to feed them water. And the result of that was, I can't believe how many giants we have yet.
They all want to look. They all want to peek.
Yeah, they're all cheating. That's all right. No, you
Terry
did a good
is from Kincardine. That is a nice color, though. That is a nice looking pumpkin. And it's going to put you, say, in 7th. 104 pounds.
You can clap for this,
Yes,
Terry.
you can. That is such a nice looking pumpkin.
Terry was a
You should get the Pretty Award.
20 to 25 years ago, getting back into it again. You made the mistake. You were out. Now you're back in.
Like you would be proud to display that at the front of your house for Halloween. That is a pretty looking pumpkin.
Okay, so right now what we're doing is refitting our forklifts with the other brace to be able to bring the rest of the pumpkins here. The one we've been using, designed for approximately 1,500 pounds. It's not big enough. We're just getting into the big stuff. When you can't see the front of the forklift, that's a big pumpkin.
They just keep coming, Dave. But that's okay. You know what? Sit and relax. Maybe grab something to eat. Have a look at our display over on the far end of the tent of the quote-unquote smaller things, tomatoes, sunflowers, long gourds, corn stalks, and such. And as we get that harness changed up, we'll start getting into the big stuff.
We talked a little bit about what happens after we pick a pumpkin, squash, or watermelon. If you want to take a shot of it, the perfect example is on the stem of this one that just came into the building. You'll see the bag of water still attached to that. So these are picked within 24 hours, if you can, of coming here to Pumpkinfest. But that pumpkin still wants to grow. It does not know it's not on the vine. It does not know it's not in the ground. So the root end of that pumpkin would be about 25 feet from that pumpkin. So probably somewhere around here. That's how long the vine is. It takes up about 25 to 30 square feet is how big the actual plant would be. They try and get it in a run, and then you actually have to put dirt or something underneath the vine. The vines are so heavy, so thick, they will actually crack themselves because they're too heavy. So you got to support it with something underneath it all the way along. So starting here would be the root, there would be the pumpkin, and it's kind of this supporting dirt that's going to support the vine all the way to that pumpkin. Once it's picked, the bag of water is actually a way for the pumpkin to lose as little weight as possible. If that, and there's another one over there. If that pumpkin stays there for too long, that water will be gone. It'll drink all of it in the matter of a few hours. Yeah. The giant Atlantic pumpkin grows at its peak anywhere between 25 and 50 pounds in a 24-hour period. That's the peak, just when we're getting ready to pick it. That's when we hear some of the growers now talk about, mine got a crack and I lost it 2 days ago. That's why. Imagine if you grew that quickly. Your skin won't keep up. And that's what happens to the pumpkin. The skin can't keep up, and it basically will explode. Yeah.
Something you can do amongst yourselves or even with your family members. Look at the ones that we have, and everybody pick a pumpkin. Which one do they think is going to walk away with the big prize today? It's hard to tell. Yes, some of them look large. Some of them, because they squish, might not look as pretty, but they will also maybe have thicker walls. Some might look huge, but the wall's thinned out, so they're not going to weigh as heavy. It's very hard to tell, but amongst yourselves, see what's out here and see which one you think is going to end up being the winner. I have to say a big thank you. As you'll see, they feed the volunteers very well. A big thanks to Vanderwerf, your independent grocer, for being one of the sponsors of Pumpkinfest, a gold partner. Our giant partners, the likes of Can Do, Giant Tiger, Whitecap, Holiday Inn, Express and Sweets, Stow It. There are many sponsor boards around. Please support these businesses because they are supporting the community and are great community partners, and we need them to make this happen every single year. Dave's going to see if he can get some seeds and show you what that's like. I mean, if you do a pumpkin at Halloween, one of the best things is taking out the seeds and roasting them. These seeds are much bigger than the ones you will get out of your pumpkin at home. And they will be worth a lot, especially if you win an event like Pumpkinfest. They become very valuable, and there are people who would pay a good amount of money to get those seeds so they can perhaps grow one of these right here.
All right. GVGO, Pat was nice enough to donate some seed. How they fund the GVGO, or Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario, is they actually will sell seeds or membership. So if you wanted to become a member of the GVGO, it's about $15 per person, $40 for a family, $30 for the enhanced version.
For the year. Like,
for the year.
It's not.
Yeah.
But
So-
they suck you in. That might not be the big investment, but then you start growing things and then you get hooked.
So let's weigh this one, and then I'm going to give
All
away,
right.
I have 6 seeds to give away from a 1,500-pound pumpkin.
One of our first big ones. The grower's nervously following it. I will take that. You can yeah, come. Oh, the whole family. Did everybody take part in growing this? Yes. All right, and you are?
Mike and Kathy. Chelsea.
Chelsea, where are you from?
Mount Forest area.
Mount Forest, not too far away, but still. That's, I'm sorry, but getting that from Mount Forest to here, not an easy thing to do. We've heard it's been a challenge. It was a challenging year. Have you grown large pumpkins before?
This is our second year trying.
First year here. How did you do last year?
610.
610. I think you did a little bit better. Are we going to? Okay. So currently our leader, he's going to update, refresh, sitting at 845 pounds. So you think you're going to challenge this?
I think so.
All right. Did we talk about the measurements? So there is a formula that they do follow. Our judge wandered off. Well, you know, nature calls every once in a while. You have a farm, you have acreage to put this on.
Yes, we do, yeah.
What you need for pumpkin.
Yeah, especially something to pick them up.
So how did you get into all of this?
Oh, just seemed to like the size of these pumpkins and thought we'd give it a try.
And so far, so good, obviously.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, isn't it? You still grow yours in the field?
Yes.
No greenhouse or anything?
No.
All right, we found our judge.
Sorry, here's a really good situation.
Now, no looking. No looking.
Oh, they already looked.
Oh, they
already looked.
looked.
What?
I tell you,
So-
they're all cheaters.
When you measured this, so you do the measurement end to end, all the way around. It came out with what kind of estimate?
$893.
So we know this is a good seed because it measured to be $893. Actual weight, 974 pounds. That is a 100-pound difference. The seed in this pumpkin is gold. Get that seed. Congratulations, it's a little bigger than you.
New leader on the board.
Oh.
And more to come.
Watch this. Watch the. Wait till they're done the picture. Okay, how long do you think you'll be in first place? No. Till when?
Till the next pumpkin comes out.
Yeah, there's some huge stuff out here. Thank you very much. Give them a nice round of applause all the way to Mount Forest. All right. In my hand, I have 6 seeds. They are from a 1,500-pound pumpkin, just under 1,500. I'm just going to randomly give them out. But you got to put your hand in the air and swear this thing is going to get planted next year. You're not going to plant it until probably the beginning of June. 80 to 90 days is all it takes to grow one of these. When it starts, you're going to say, that's not much. And then you're going to go out one morning and say, oh crap, how am I going to move this thing? That's what's going to happen. Well, I got to give it to adults. I have to give it out to adults. This lady up there, she couldn't be any more excited. And you're sitting beside a lovely human being, so I'm going to give it to you. How are you? Wonderful. Here you go. You're promising to put it in the ground. No, it has to go to adults. That gentleman back there could, sorry. All right. I'm only going to give a couple out per area. It's just fair. Wow. You got to promise it's getting in the ground. Don't eat it. This thing, if this thing roots inside you, it's going to be the worst bit of constipation you've ever had. You look like, I like your shirt. That's why you're getting one. There you go. You're bigger than I am. That's why you're getting one. And you can have one too. There you go. There's 6. If you want seeds, this is a guy right here. Come see Pat from GVGO. To be honest, what I would recommend is that you get a membership. It's $15. It's what we did. We did a family, I think. You get to go to the growers seminar. As Robin explained it, it's kind of like going back to high school chemistry class. You're going to learn a whole bunch of things about soil and soil testing and pH, and the list goes on. And you're going to get a seed pack. I couldn't believe how many seeds we got last year. You got seeds from giant pumpkins, giant squash, giant watermelons, sunflowers, tall sunflowers, big-faced sunflowers, tomatoes, seeds from everything that you see here today. And it costs $15 for the membership. Best way to do it, or if you want more detail, go on the website pumpkinfest.org. Pumpkinfest.org. By the way, a big thank you to all the people that are watching with the online broadcast. For those who don't know, this is a YouTube broadcast. I believe last year total views were in excess of 1 million people. There's a lot of people watching us right now. So watch what you do with your finger and your nose, just in case. How many people first time? Never been to Pumpkinfest? Wow. We've never had that many.
No, that's great.
Like, where have you people been? This thing's been happening for 40 years.
We are just happy you came now.
No, we're not.
Gorgeous day. Well, yes, we are.
No, we're not. We'd have been happy if you came 10 years ago. Okay, hold on. Who's not from Ontario? Anybody not from Ontario?
Got somebody over here.
Where? Somebody over. What? Where are you from? You're a volunteer. From where? Costa Rica? You have a horrible, horrible vacation planner. Unbelievable. Okay, who else? Sorry. Where else? Anybody else not Ontario?
We're over here.
Where?
Over here.
Oh,
I know
sorry.
I'm short, but really.
Yeah.
So you guys are from?
Virginia and Georgia.
Virginia and Georgia. How'd
You
you get
guys-
across the border?
Passports, yeah, they work well. Do you guys have anything like this?
I've got a cottage up here, but this is her first visit.
Well, welcome. Hope you're having fun. It looks like it's warm. I'm with you, man. I'm with you, man. It is hot.
We actually are nice people. Just, right? We actually are nice people. Look at this. Okay, one of the awards that we give away every year is something called the Howard Dill Award. Howard Dill was a gentleman that started Giant Atlantic Pumpkins in Windsor, Nova Scotia. The family still owns the farm out there. And what he did, he said, if this is going to be a competition, a pumpkin should be orange. Orange pumpkins will qualify. This is one of the nicest colors that we have seen.
This is a nice color, and the big one over there. Nice bright orange. It belongs to Joel. Joel Jarvis.
Where is he? There he is.
He's
Come over
hiding
here,
over
Joel.
there in the corner.
I know.
Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look.
He
Don't
pretends
look.
like he doesn't like the attention, but he likes the attention. All right.
We got a spot on top. Do we know what that's from?
Yep, that would be a red pelated woodpecker that got to that and the squash I was saying before. We grew this at the number 5 green down at St. Thomas Golf and Country Club. And the only reason why that red woodpecker is still with us is because there's a bunch of nice guys down there. They're all hunters, but they're real nice, and they all like that pumpkin. And Bertha got pecked by a red-headed pelated endangered woodpecker. So that's the story behind that, the indentation on the top.
Wow.
But it doesn't go all the way through.
No.
So it's good. So currently, we got 974 at the top.
And it looks like 863 and a half second
Put you in
spot on the
seconds.
leaderboard. Give him a round of applause. That's worth the drive from St. Thomas.
Definitely, and maybe winning the Howard Dill Award.
Joel, a lot of times Joel comes here with orange pumpkins. I think that's one of his traits. You like orange, right? Yeah. And the green? Oh, yes. That's right. Oh, tell me about that. What was that again?
No, it was a few years ago. I'm a has-been, but the biggest squash that we've had here was 1,486 pounds back in 2011, and that was the world record at that time. Now, over 2,000 pounds.
I think it's like 2160 or something like that. And I remember, too, I don't want to bring up bad memories, but remember the time we picked one up and...
So that was Gervais, I'm Jarvis. So you mix that one. Great story, but
It's not you.
the guts of my pumpkin didn't fall out.
His pumpkin, we picked it up to bring it into the weigh-off, and the bottom fell out of the pump. That was in the tent when we were back in the big tent. I remember that. I'm glad you fixed me up with that. It's always a pleasure seeing you, my friend. I don't know why we don't get together for beers in the off-season. Karaoke tonight. Don't forget about that. I'm pretty sure we can get Joel up for karaoke. I know we can get Jeff up
Definitely
for
Jeff.
karaoke.
Yep.
Man, we are going to break that 1,000-pound mark here real soon.
For not a great growing season,
Yeah.
we're doing all right.
We got to have 15 still to weigh. It's
Oh, at least.
unbelievable out in the parking lot right now. I don't know. We should ask. How many people were down at the car show? Did some of you walk through the car show yet? Yeah? Is it? We don't get to go. Our 2 cars are right over here by the gate, but is it busy? It's busy down there. All right. Is it busy out here at the food? Is it busy over here in the? All right,
That's
never
why
mind.
they're all in here, because it's busy out
It's
there.
busy.
Well, everything is inside now.
Oh.
So
okay.
this is what we have to weigh. All the bigger things. I'm thinking that squash will be pretty
Oh,
big.
there's nothing little from this point
No.
forward.
That's why we had to change the harness.
Pumpkinfest, so important to this community, it raises literally tens of thousands of dollars for nonprofit organizations. They run the gates, they run all sorts of different things here. It's so important to this community. You can imagine what it would mean to your town if we brought 25,000 people to your town. But we do that 2 days in a row. Total of 50,000 people come to Pumpkinfest over the 2 days. It is the largest two-day car show in the province. It's the biggest thing. This is our thing. Although, I'm going to make a shameless plug. There is another big thing coming to Port Elgin next year. So, another big thing coming in 2 weeks, the Pumpkin Drop, where we take big pumpkins, squash, watermelons, and a piano 55 feet in the air behind here and drop them. It makes an awesome sound and a big mess. Fundraiser for the Saugeen Community Church. Next September, just announced, Town of Saugeen Shores got involved with it as well, will be the longest and largest battle of the sexes in curling ever. Rachel Homan versus Brad Jacobs for 3 days of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, plus a curling camp during the day. You can learn from them. That's happening September 25th, 26th, and 27th of next year. So a shameless plug, but I want to get that in. All right, come on up, guys.
Are you nervous again?
Can I have that one? All right, is this one yours again? Is that you? No. It's, oh my goodness. Dominic, come on up here. Dominic Van Sommeren. Come on over here, buddy. Stand right up here.
Oh, hang on to her.
We're okay.
We're all right. The Van Somber family has done very well at growing this year.
Did you hear the noise that thing made? All right.
Okay, now you're wrecking everything.
I'm just trying to have a seat. I want to sit with Dominic. Don't wreck that for Doug. All right, they're going to tighten that back up. Come here, Dominic. Dominic, how old are you?
5.
5. You're 5? Are you really?
Yeah.
I remember when you were 3. Do you remember coming to Pumpkinfest when you were 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Is this one yours?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This one, you could be the champion. Where do you live? Where's your house?
I don't know.
Where?
I don't know.
We're from Vienna, Ontario.
Oh, is that what he said? I couldn't tell if he said that or I don't know. All right. Do you want a cookie? Yeah? All right, hold on.
I would like to thank all the volunteers today. Without you guys, this is not possible.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, thank you. A big round of applause for all our volunteers.
We said we had to switch. This is why we had to switch the slings. Look how big these pumpkins are getting. Okay, we're just going to make sure. If you hold on to that, it won't go out from under it. There it goes. All right. Don't let it fall on your toe.
Don't let it fall at all. All right. We got her figured out.
Like, where, in what other community are you the mayor and you have to donate your whole day to do this?
And be the chief harness man. I am going to stand on the weight.
And
on the scale. Yep.
Don't forget the warden.
And the warden, yes. Don't forget don't forget that.
Which is a better paying job? Anything but that.
that is a thick stem.
Holy cow.
Look how big.
I don't know. How big do you think this is? Do you think it's going to be the new leader?
No.
Yeah, no?
No.
No? Dominic, what's your favorite part of Pumpkinfest? Do you like the rides, or do you like the food, or what do you like?
The rides.
The rides. All right. Are you going to go on some rides when we're done?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
I think he deserves it. So currently leading in the pumpkin category.
You know, we're going to know what you weigh here in a minute.
No, that'll take math. I have all the confidence in the world. 974 is the leader. Are you ready?
Oh, Robin
You know
is...
what? Number 2, and there's nothing wrong with that for Dominic, 896 pounds.
896 and a half, which means Robin is heavier than we thought.
There is no way you know. All right, Dominic,
Okay,
come
get
on
up there,
here.
Dominic. Go get your picture taken.
Come on over here so they can see you. Can you see him? No? Okay, we're going to move you. There we go.
All right, give Dominic a round of applause. 5 years. Wait a minute. You should be ashamed of yourselves. The kid's 5 and he grew 1.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good job.
Ah, way to go, Dominic.
The kids are killing it this year. Holy.
Go on a ride. Want the Ferris wheel? We didn't make it to the rides last night.
Well, to be honest, most of the high school's there, so.
I'd like to.
Tomorrow we've got the family coming.
Yes.
So we'll get maybe some rides in. And yes, we have a full day tomorrow. More vegetables to weigh and measure. The midway will be going again. The cars will be here. The food will be here. We usually have do we have a pet show this year?
Pet show tomorrow afternoon at
And usually
2 o'clock.
have the children's competition.
Yeah, that's tomorrow afternoon. I
Yes.
think at 12.
The local home hardware is ever so good to sponsor the children's competition, gives them seeds, whatever kind of seeds they want to try, and basically shamelessly getting them hooked onto doing this. So they become growers and come back every year. And they, as you see, the kids do an amazing job.
Yeah. It's I think that's part of why we have this many things to weigh this year. We're getting a lot of kids, and you can see families, right? Mom, dad, 2 kids, 3 kids, everybody grows something. They get hooked, they come back, they bring their kids, and then it just keeps growing. I will say, we're got to be one of the top 4 weigh-off sites in North America where the number of items is growing. Most of them are going in the other direction. Obviously, Pumpkinfest is growing for the number of people that are growing.
And one of our growers who has come to Pumpkinfest for a long time, and God love him, he's still doing it. Fred Hain is here.
Freddie.
He's patiently waiting over there, but he brought something. I want to say that Jeff Warner had the world record 2 years ago with a 45-pound kohlrabi. This one weighs 21 pounds. Still, it is a very large kohlrabi. It is very heavy to carry around. We'll ask Fred more about that when he comes up. I don't think he'll mind that I mentioned that he celebrated his 90th birthday with us last year. So still growing, still coming to Pumpkinfest. So we go from the young right up to the very experienced. And as we do come to this end of the tent, different things that and really, well, weigh or measure anything. You bring it to us, we'll weigh or measure it. Cabbage, tomatoes, there is a category for a sunflower head. There is also a category for the tallest sunflower. Those would be two separate things because you want either the energy of the plant to make it really tall or to make a really big flower. Long gourd, all right. This we got to try because this sounds easy to me. So this one just depends on gravity. I see them. I got to get around them somehow. It is an obstacle course on this side.
All right, so we talked about gourds. We have a bunch of different kinds. We have bushel gourds here today. We have bell gourds here today. And then this one, which is called a long gourd. So you're at the bottom. Yep, so you step on it. So this is called, can you hold it?
Yep.
This is called a long gourd. All right, so this is the only thing that you see here that doesn't grow from the ground up. You can see at the other end, that's actually the seed end. So you plant it there, you use something to tie it to, and then gravity makes it grow. And gravity pulls it down. So I'm not sure what that one's, 10 feet probably. And so that's called a long gourd. Some countries in the world, these are actually sliced, and then you can fry them with butter and eat them.
This would feed a lot of people. The whole gang coming home for, for Thanksgiving.
All right.
Some growers will go take these to their local fairs when they get home. Some of them will go, you know what? I don't want to take this back home. I have nothing to do with it. And they leave it because the church, who uses the building that we are in, and they are ever so nice to let us use it every year, do a pumpkin drop. Bring in a big hoist, put the pumpkins up in the air, or squash, or whatever gets left behind, and we drop it. It's a great fundraiser for them. It's a whole lot of fun. If you're in the area, 2 weeks from tomorrow, the 19th, we'll be doing it right here behind the church in the back lot.
All right, we talked a little bit about Fred Hayden. Fred's been here at Pumpkinfest for a long time. But more importantly, this is the better half of the Hayden household. This is Dorothy. Give her a round of applause. How long have you been married to that guy?
64 years.
How many of them happy?
2.
She is the best. That's why we love her.
That's 2 more than us.
Wow.
Honey. He's
military.
He was away all the time in the military. What did he do?
Army.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's over there somewhere. I should never ask a lady, but I know you're fine with it. How old are you now, and how old is he?
I'm 82 and he's 91.
He got that young of a woman?
Yeah, I know. We knew each other 2 months and he asked me to marry him.
And it lasted that long?
Yep, yeah.
How many, watch this, how many people in the crowd have been married 10 years or less? Put your hand up. 10 years or less. How long have you been married?
64.
Good luck. I know you guys.
I'm not going to say anything, but man, you've been married longer than I've been alive.
So, our leader is 974 pounds, right?
It is.
Our leader is 974 pounds. Our new leader is 82 years old.
Yes. And our
Dorothy.
first 1,000+ pumpkin, 1,165.5 pounds. Wow is right. Congratulations, Dorothy.
Get up there. Show that pumpkin some love.
Yeah, that is really nice. That's amazing.
Oh, okay. Pick it up and get it out of here.
Sorry,
You hope his is heavier? No, the whole idea is to beat him.
our
Dor.
official photographer didn't quite get it. We'll try it again.
Actually, you know what? We should be honest. Robin, how long have we been married? We've been married 37 years.
Yes?
They've all been happy. I can say that.
I think we got it this time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy. Fred coming up with his shortly.
Oh,
Okay.
there's no E. Oh.
So here's what that means. We kind of try and guess what these pumpkins are going to weigh and then put them in a line. So we keep getting a little heavier, a little heavier, a little heavier. That tells you we have we got at least 10 to go. And that means they're all heavier than that.
Well, we think they are.
We think they are. Including Fred Hain. Now, Dorothy already said, she said, I hope his is heavier than mine.
That's why they've been married for 64 years.
Yeah, that's right. Why they're still together.
But it's kind of an odd situation. I mean, you get here, you get all your babies unloaded, and they are babies. They got treated better and they were more comfortable getting here than you were. But then you got to wait. And the longer you have to wait, you're hoping the better it is.
Yes. So, these, when they get to this kind of a weight, then it becomes basically a love session with the pumpkin. There are growers that for the last week before Pumpkinfest or whatever way off they're going to, they will sleep in the field with the pumpkin. They will get their tent out, they will put it up beside the pumpkin, they will sleep there to make sure no animals get at it. That's very valuable. So it's a good thing if you can keep, the foxes away, if you can keep the coyotes away, if you can keep that. You got a problem if a black bear decides they want that. Now you got to decide if you're willing to take on the black bear. And we've had them quite frequently get that claw mark in them, especially from the bears that come from, or the pumpkins that come from a little further north. We do have 2 or 3 black bears in this community, and people like Doug Court have had problems with black bears because of that. This is the first time we've ever had a problem with overheating at the front. It's warm. Who thought first week of October it'd be like 28 degrees? Holy cow. All right, we have Travis with us. Travis Farrell. Where are you from?
I'm from Shelburne, Ontario.
Shelburne is now lighter than it was. You take that. He's going to ask for it. This is a pumpkin. Everybody's getting older. Oh, you're not. All right, you can't look. That's cheating. All right, 974 is the current leader. No, I think we went higher than that. We went 1165. Yeah, 1165. What'd this one tape out at? Did you measure it before?
I taped it a couple weeks ago. I think it was around 930.
Okay, that seems about right. It looks like maybe it slowed down a little bit. And what would you attribute that to? Just the warm weather?
Probably the warm weather, and what happens later on in the season is you get a disease on the leaves called powdery mildew, and that basically took over this plant, and it would have slowed down the growth quite considerably. So.
And is there any way to get rid of that?
There is. You can use like different kind of fungicides. Like I use like a copper-based fungicide that you can get, but you're kind of limited just with the pesticide laws and all that of what you can use. But there are some things that you can get from Canadian Tire or your average hardware store that can help you out. So.
All right. Well, we're going to put it in at 955 pounds. That's going to be good for third on the leaderboard when it updates. Give Travis a nice round of applause. 955. That's the first one I think we've seen today that wasn't smooth. I'm not sure what the genetics is behind that one. Just like human beings, right? Some of them are orange, some of them are white, some of them are bumpy, some of them are not. All sorts of different things. And think about it that way when we're growing pumpkin squash or anything else. We're basically taking a mom and a dad, and we're going to put them together and see what we get. And sometimes what we get is good. Example, Robin is 5'2". I'm just under 6 feet tall, but our children are 6'4". So that's good, right? That's good seed. That means it grows bigger. And the same thing happens with these. We're going to look for big seed, big seed. We're going to put them together and see if we can get even bigger. The growers do the pollination. Only 1 week out of the summer will the flower open on a pumpkin or squash plant. When the flower opens, you have to take the pistil, the male portion, rub it into the flower will then close, and we see a pumpkin. Adam, can you bring up on there the picture of the little tomato? I think we can show that, and you'll get an idea of what it looks like. Now, the difference is, what we're going to show you is a tomato. Tomatoes, there's no male-female. A tomato plant is both. So you don't have to do the cross-pollination. It does it for itself. And there is a little baby tomato. When they move this, you'll be able to see it up on this screen. That little yellow clump in the middle, that's a tomato.
You know what? I'm bringing Jeff in. Well, you might as well tell you. You're the one who got the... So, new world record was set on the other side of the world. So these guys, Ian and Stuart Payton, they're from England.
England? So,
yep.
Okay, so here's what happens too. The growers, they get texts and all sorts of things. So Jeff, what does that text say?
Hold on, let me get my glasses.
Jeff didn't get to bed till about 4 a.m., I hear.
It says, hey Jeff, I don't know if you've heard, but there's a new world record pumpkin, 2,818.9 pounds by Ian and Stuart Payton.
And they're from England. 2818.9. Wow. You can say wow. Over 2,800 pounds is a new world record. Where is this going to stop?
I have no idea.
What's the largest you've ever grown now? Is 1960?
1966 and a half.
And that was last year.
Yeah.
Wow. Even that, like we never even thought, first, we never thought we'd get to 1,000. Then we thought 15 will never happen. Then we said 2 will never. Now we're saying what's coming after 3. Yeah, this is crazy. All right, thanks. Oh, you're here. Your pumpkin's coming. So according to Jeff, it was a tough growing year.
Dorothy Hayne isn't showing up.
That doesn't look like it was that tough of a growing year, Jeff. Oh, yeah. Watch the size of what's coming. And I want you to remember, it takes Jeff 9 hours to drive here.
A lot of that is because he has to stop to pee every once in a while, and everybody goes, "What is that in your back of your truck?"
Well, and he had to stop at Weber's to get a hamburger to meet Todd, and yeah. But it's a 9-hour trip, so you got to load this plus all the other stuff that he has, get it on the trailer, secure it, now drive down the road so far. You got to pull over to go to the washroom. So you pull over to go to the washroom. Imagine this sitting on the back of a trailer. What do you think happens? Everybody comes out, wants to take a picture, wants to ask questions. A pee break becomes 2 hours. Then you get back in the truck, you start driving again, another 3 hours, you pull over, same thing happens. A 9-hour trip becomes 12 hours.
What I love is that his wife has nothing to do with this.
She won't.
She doesn't even come. I don't know if I've ever met the woman.
Jeff leaves his wife at home. He comes down here, just gets it out of him for the whole weekend and then goes back home again. That's what happens.
No, I'm sure she's at home having herself a good time as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course she is. So this is Jeff's pumpkin coming now. Again, Jeff was our winner last year. Dorothy Hayne is our current leader at 1,164.5 pounds. Do you think?
It might get that.
All right. Oh, Paul. What? A reminder, our 50-50, I need to get a total. I mean, last time, within minutes, it went from $10,000 to $11,000. So they are behind this stand right here. It is sitting at over $13,000, so that's a nice chunk of money to go home with from the weekend, just behind this grandstand right here.
I got to mention something. Before we do the weight on this, Cindy, this for you. He'd like to leave this one for the pumpkin drop.
So in 2 weeks, you want to see this baby fall from like 200 feet in the air?
This is going to kill somebody. That'll be awesome. Oh, are you sure? That's going to be cool.
I'm taking a different one home.
Well, I'm going to tell you that you have set a standard. This is going to be a tough standard to beat today. But I'm going to ask you and sometimes growers are honest and sometimes they're not, but I'm going to ask you, at 1,387.5 pounds, is it a winner?
If someone pulls the fire alarm, yes.
1387.5. Give him a round of applause. Jeff Warner, all the way from Englehart, Ontario, is the new leader temporarily.
It makes a good show. It probably makes it fun for you guys.
Something I also wanted to mention, it is the 40th year, 40th anniversary for Pumpkinfest, and of course, I got some swag, and that is over on the, so after you get your 50/50 tickets, t-shirts, hoodies, all have this, and you'll see the volunteer shirts also have this logo as well. If you are here, of course, it's a great memory, and a lovely display up here in the building as well of all the past shirts that we have, and those of us who have been here for a number of years have quite a collection. But this is the emblem for this year. You can get them over here or just general Pumpkinfest ones. If you are not with us, you would really like to have one of these, the wildflowercompany.ca. Check that out, and they'll be able to hook you up, the wildflowercompany.ca. Thank you to them for being a partner with Pumpkinfest and making some really cool shirts and a nice design for us for the 40th anniversary.
So I was just talking to Jeff. He's coming down here for a party. We are having a party tonight, right? There's karaoke happening over on the big stage. This evening, I'm pretty sure he'll be on the stage. I'm pretty sure a few of the growers are going to be on the stage. But more importantly, we were just talking about all of the pumpkins that we have here. Now, he was out helping pull them off of trailers. The other growers will run out there to help, make sure that it's as safe as it possibly can be, because the only way they can beat you is if your pumpkin makes it to the weigh scale. He's telling me that at least one of the pumpkins was so heavy that the rear tires on the forklift came off the ground. At least one. They had to actually grab the forklift and pull it down, put it into four-wheel drive to back it up. Last year, Jeff had the heaviest at 1965, and his did the same thing to the forklift. So that gives you an idea of it's around that, and we think we're over 2,000 pounds.
Fingers crossed, everybody. Fingers crossed.
It might not be the only one. We could have two or three.
We've already had a couple of good ones in the last little while. And another issue is when they lift them, our banners are kind of in the way.
This is, even the growers right now are taking a look at how many pumpkins we've had show up today. Completely unexpected. It was a tough growing year, the sunshine to beat the band, but we didn't have water. So you had to force feed them, continually watering the plants and making sure you get fertilizer to them and taking care of them. But everybody, to a person right now, is saying, my goodness, there won't be another weigh off that will be like that. That's just so many big pumpkins. It's crazy how many have come to Pumpkinfest. To celebrate the 40th anniversary, I forgot to mention, we haven't mentioned it in a while, my name is Dave. I've been the MC of Pumpkinfest for about 32 years.
Somebody on stilts is walking by behind you. Hey!
Hey! My co-host is on local radio, 97.9 The Bruce, and also on the new CFOS FM, 89.3. This is Robin Woods, who is also my wife. So we are here for this way off, and for anybody that's Toronto area, next week Woodbridge is doing their way off, and we are going to be hosting the Woodbridge Way Off next Saturday. So all of a sudden, it's gone from volunteer to a full-time job in the month of October.
This belongs to Marius Van Sumner family. They're coming. They just went. That's the thing. It never fails, right? You're waiting and waiting as a grower, so you decide to go for a little walk, especially with you got kids. And the moment you do that, they bring out your pumpkin.
How heavy is this pumpkin? They can't get the sling out from underneath.
It's the Candy Monster.
Did you go to a ride? Is that where you went?
No.
No, not yet. All right. Give the mayor a round of applause. You would not see the mayor of Toronto doing that.
The Luke is on the floor. All right, wait. Oh, no, don't be looking. Don't be looking.
Okay. You look over here. Look over at these people. Wave. Wave at these people. Wave. This is his pumpkin.
Did you do the measurements? What do you think?
Do you know what it weighs? What do you think?
200 pounds.
How much?
200 pounds.
200 pounds.
200 pounds. I think you might be a little surprised, Marius.
What do you think I weigh? Say 200 pounds.
200.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I think you might have underestimated the size of your pumpkin a little bit.
Just by a little.
The current leader is Jeff Warner at 1,387 pounds. That's a little more than 200. All right, turn around. 1,178 pounds. That is a little more than 200. Watch up here. Watch up here. You're going to see your name in just a minute come at number 2. You have the second biggest pumpkin here so far today.
Let's hear it for Marius. Woo! How about you go in front of it? Because our growers are getting smaller than the pumpkins. Congratulations. Woo, yeah.
So we're going to give you an idea about what other big things look like. For example, we did weigh a 46-pound cabbage earlier. So the cabbage that you buy is the head, right? The head of the cabbage is inside, and all around the cabbage are leaves. That's what makes it heavy. This is the leaf, one single leaf from the 46-pound cabbage. It's about the size of an African elephant ear. And that's a single leaf. The cabbage is actually on display right over here. But that's what they look like. Again, the growing time is not as long as people think. A tomato to grow from nothing to what we have that we're weighing off today is about 80 days. Not quite 3 months. There it is. Look how it compares to his head. And look at, you can see the different tomatoes. Now, this is our first year, so we have about 1.5 pounds, but you can see the different tomatoes that are on display here. They're all 3, 4, 5. This tomato is 8 pounds. There gives you an idea of the difference, what you do, what you buy, and what we're talking about. This is all about taking seeds, cross-pollinating plants, and trying to get something bigger and more pure every year. Watch what happens.
I was just over there by the fan. I might just do the rest of the show from over there. It is a warm one, but we will take it for Pumpkinfest because we've had the opposite.
That midlife thing.
I know. Menopause sucks, ladies, if you haven't got there yet.
And for any women who don't think men go through menopause, you're wrong. We just have secondhand menopause.
They suffer from it as well.
I have carpet burn from the
I think
cover.
it's blanket burn.
The covers on the bed going up, down, down.
There's a discussion you didn't think you'd hear at Pumpkinfest.
Nope, you were hoping. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow. We start way off day number 2, roughly around 10 a.m. again, roughly.
The growers tend to use their big things, or what they think are their big things today, because the price structure is a little different. And then tomorrow they usually have some other things they keep secondary, and sometimes it's surprising that what they kept back, probably not this big, but still, we appreciate the growers bringing everything that they do.
Once you see 1,000-pound pumpkin, a 2,000 looks like 1,000-pound pumpkin.
It really does. They don't look that different.
The difference is the interior. And so why we ask you to please, these will go on display. And lots of people want to get photos taken with them, and we're more than welcome to do that.
With them.
With them,
Not
on them. Often, we had the worst incident ever one year where a lady had her baby on top of a pumpkin to take a picture. The pumpkin wasn't very thick, and the baby disappeared. Now, there's an issue with that. Number one, we don't have insurance for that because we don't know what that's called. Number two, your child will smell bad for quite a while. So please don't sit on them, don't lean on them. You're more than welcome to take a picture. In fact, some of the growers will let you touch them, but please don't lean or sit on them. We don't know how thick they are. People ask about eating them. We don't know. We don't know if it will be a very wood content. Some of them are very much like a pumpkin, like a regular pumpkin taste. Watermelon, definitely you can eat the big watermelons. They taste very sweet.
Here's Steve from Otterville, his pumpkin offering. The first time they handed your shift, they had like way too many W's, and so I'm not even attempting your last name. Huh? No, W's. So our judge says there's a big hollow in the bottom for whatever reason.
Usually means it grew on top, something got underneath
it. Yeah.
Quite often what we see is mice in particular will crawl underneath these because
Don't look.
you can't look. They're pretty good shelter for mice and moles and yeah. Well, we've got a competition going now. 1387 and a half is our biggest. You're going to need to get at least 955 and a half or more to get to top 5.
Did you measure it at all? Do you have a guess?
Yeah, what was the measurement? Did you measure this one?
Not recently, no.
And it would be difficult because of but what we find is when they squish, they're pretty heavy. How's 1,027 and a half pounds sound? That sounds pretty good. Give them a round of applause. Anytime you can get to that 1,000-pound mark, gonna slot in at 4th place on the leaderboard right now. I think we have about 6, maybe 7 left to go. Normally, we have a 1,000-pound leaderboard. I think we're probably gonna get there. We're probably gonna need 1,000 or more to get to the top 10.
So you just never know, because that would have been grown on a skid. You would have even known that it had that hollow in the bottom until you got a contraption like this, which most people don't have at home. The measurements are a good general indicator, but not always entirely accurate. Still, if I could grow a 1,000-pound pumpkin, I'd be happy. Just to mention some of our sponsors, of course, we can't do this without them, and the bushel level of sponsorship, thanks so much to Boston Pizza, to Carson Supply, to Tim Hortons, to Ewan as well. Just so many great sponsors that help us put this together, and we could not do that without them. If you happen to see a board like this, please support those businesses because they are obviously supporting us and this great community event. Many other things going today, and things will go late on, as we mentioned earlier. We've got karaoke going on tonight. We've got the Giant Tiger Kitty Carnival, the Crafters, the Midway, food, and of course the car show. Has everybody wandered the car show already? I missed that. Because we're here, and that is great. Love being here, but the car show is the largest two-day car show anywhere. So thank you to the drivers for bringing them every single year. And thank you for enjoying them, because you know what? That's why car people do it. You go up to them and they go, ooh, I really like your car. Made their weekend. That's all they want. We are getting down to it, but once again, some of the other things that we do measure and weigh: tomatoes, sunflower faces, sunflowers in length. We've got long gourds. We've got corn stalks. We've got some watermelons over here. We've got some, the kohlrabi, which we talked about earlier. This thing, whose name I can never remember, but it's in the beet family. And just short of a 6-pound cucumber. So these at the end, and again, at an event like this, you will learn about things you never even knew existed in the world. But he's telling me these are caveman gourds. Bonk. So they're in the other category. Basically, if you can grow it big, you bring it to Pumpkinfest, because you just never know. This one coming, I do believe, belongs to Todd Klein. And a pumpkin like this that has squished, you tend to think that maybe it's going to weigh heavy because the walls are going to be thick.
And I'm seeing the Quebec contingent arrive. Mr. Todd Klein comes forward. Yeah. All right. You've been waiting a little while to get this bad boy on the scale.
All right, this is upside down.
It's interesting shape and very difficult to measure. So I'm kind of curious.
It's upside down. The stem is on
not upside down.
The stem is on the bottom.
No. This time.
The stem is on the bottom. Oh, don't give them that idea.
Actually,
they'll do it.
this is very similar. One year we had the Brian Mulrooney pumpkin. Had the big
That
chin.
was ours. That was our last attempt at growing.
Oh, it did. It grew. The stem is down below this. This could. You can't cheat. So you couldn't measure this, or you did?
We measured it, and we had Jeff help me here, and we figured it was about 1,400.
14?
Yeah.
Well, it was pretty accurate. What's this? So growers can usually tell us, what seed did this come from? Same plant?
It came from my own seed that I had here a couple of years ago. It was an 1843 that I had, and it was a really pretty pumpkin. And I've been using that seed every year since then. And I've gotten like 4 out of 4 good results with it. So that's what it gave me this year.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good result, because it's our new number one at 1,481 pounds. All right, again, so you're clapping because that's really cool. He drove 9 hours from Quebec to get here. Yeah. So, cool thing about a lot of these growers, they've got a few on the go in the field. Todd was mentioning he's got another one sitting in the field at home, and he's one of the driving forces behind a Way Off that has started in Quebec. That Way Off is actually next weekend. He normally probably would do Woodbridge, but this year he's going to be doing the Way Off in Quebec to help promote that. But we appreciate Todd making that kind of a drive to get here to entertain us with almost 1,500 pounds worth of pumpkin.
Well, I got to say, Jeff was right.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Jeff
yeah.
Warner knew that unless somebody pulled the fire alarm,
Yeah.
there was going to be another one bigger. And we still have
6 to go, I think.
6 to go.
So if the weigh-off stopped right now and the biggest pumpkin you saw here today was 1,500 pounds, you'd go away pretty happy, right? That's pretty cool. I saw a 15. Well, then go away and give somebody else your seat because we got 6 more. You're going to get a lot bigger than that. We're hoping for the first ever 2,000-pound pumpkin here at Pumpkinfest. Once again, lots of events going on tonight, and then of course we're back here again tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock for day number 2 of the Way Off. Everything that's happening downtown happens again tomorrow. Same size car show, the Midway is open, food court is open, we're doing stuff in here. Plus we're gonna add to it tomorrow the Kids Way Off, so kids from the community get involved and start growing things. Thanks to Home Hardware, we're gonna do that at about 12 o'clock. So we still have a lot of stuff to do here at Pumpkinfest. If you're having fun today, you're gonna have just as much fun tomorrow, and we invite you to join us here in the Bruce Power Way Off Arena. Again, a big thanks to the community church. You guys are wonderful to work with. All I want is what's deserved for this organization, the Saugeen Shores Community Church. This is an amazing church. You guys are crazy involved in the community. What other church would say, you know what, you guys want to host Pumpkinfest? Use our church. Why don't you come in here? Give them a round of applause that they deserve. We appreciate what you guys do. And you know what's going to be more fun? Dropping a 1,500-pound pumpkin.
You see the posters around the outside here. 2 weeks from tomorrow, there are some growers who just, they don't want to take their pumpkins back. They're done with them. And Jeff Warner was nice enough to say, you know what? You can have that. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, we're going to drop that sucker and watch it explode all over the place.
Which seems like a good idea. But how are we going to get a 1,500-pound pumpkin 55 feet in the air?
Well, we managed last year. The second.
I know. Have we ever done one that big? I don't think we had anything that big last year.
The second place one was left behind last year, but it was 14, maybe. I can't remember. I don't think it was. Well, it'd be around the same size.
Oh. There you can see. When I say there, you can see on the broadcast. We can see that people are now getting a chance to look at the next one being loaded up. Something to keep in mind, this broadcast is being seen on YouTube all over the world. We actually had last year people in China that were watching Pumpkinfest. They didn't understand a word we were saying.
But holy cow, look at that.
They
We could
thought
live,
that was pretty
like
cool.
a family of 6 could live in that. Yes, and it's, things on YouTube, it stays on YouTube. If you ever want to check out last year's competition, or, you go home and you say to family, hey, we went to Pumpkinfest, and they go, what? You can check it out on YouTube, and it's still there to be watched.
So we actually know currently watching, I assume they're still doing it. I think my dad and his girlfriend, which, by the way, is the weirdest sentence you ever say as a child. Anyway, they are, I think, still in their living room in Leamington watching, and there may be 50 people in the living room. I don't know. So, hi, Dad. Hi, the rest of you. I think probably our granddaughters are watching in London, Ontario. Like, there's people, you just don't know who's watching this thing. I know we're on pictures on cell phones all over the world, literally. There are people we get them that come here and attend the event live, and it's kind of weird to know that somewhere in Europe, my face is on a T-shirt.
I don't think they did that.
A little strange.
I don't think they did
Look
that.
at the sun. Oh. Well, okay. Actually, we've done enough education. Where's the judge? We're going to have to ask the judge for an official ruling on this one.
It is registered as a pumpkin because it's got orange.
So I was going to ask, we've educated you enough now, you should know to be able to tell what's pumpkin, what's squash. What do we look for to know that it's a pumpkin? Orange. Just look for some orange.
And it doesn't need to be all orange or a little bit, just one spot. As
Right.
soon as you see orange, it becomes a pumpkin. All right, no looking, no cheating. Said it was measuring around the 13-ish.
Wow. This is such a pretty shape. Look, the thing I want people to look at, don't do the weight yet. The thing I want people to look at, I want you to, some of you down there can't see this. Look at the size of the stem. That's my hand. That is enormous. How big was this plant? 30 by 30? Yeah, there you go. Huge plant. All right, let's get to this stuff. We need 1481 or bigger to be the leader. We need for top 5, 1027 and a half or better. I think we all know this is going top 5. Where's it going to settle? Where does 1,357 and a half pounds settle? It settles into 3rd place. Give them a nice round of applause. That's a beautiful pumpkin. Remember how I said you're probably going to have 1,000 pounds to be in the top 10. Well, that's going to drop 1027.50 down to 6th place. This is a big leaderboard.
Yes, as we were saying earlier, that's awesome. Congratulations. It was, like, when was it ago that Norm was here?
Not long.
It was long enough ago that we had a world record pumpkin here at Pumpkinfest, and it weighed just over 700 pounds. That was the world record then. So we just talked about earlier, the world record just got set in England at over 2,800. That's how different and how growing pumpkins has evolved over the last decade. To at one time have a 700-pound world record, and now if you're not over 1,000 pounds, you're not in the top 5.
So, test, test. Hello? There we go. So, we actually found one in one of the trailers out there. So, I wanted to show you. Hi, Carly. I want to show you a vine. So, this is what a vine looks like from a giant pumpkin. Now, the length of this from the pumpkin to the root would be 25 feet, roughly. That's how big it is. And you can see these little side vines. There'd be nothing growing on those. You can see how they get trimmed out. So there's nothing else growing. One pumpkin, one squash, one vine. But that's how big they are, and that's 2 feet worth of 25 feet of vine. So the last pumpkin we saw weighed took up a space of about 30 feet by 30 feet. So roughly 900 square feet. Yeah. So basically, the first floor of your house was a pumpkin. That's what the vine looks like.
Look who I have, Dave. Freddie Haynes is here, and we were just, how long Fred has been coming, probably about the same as us. He remembers being in the curling club.
Were you even here before that?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
So you may remember that Dorothy was up, and she was our first 1,000-pound pumpkin that we weighed. She thought that maybe Fred's pumpkin was going to be bigger. I said, do you think? He goes, well, that was the plan.
Fred, what's your birth date again?
June the 30th, born 1934.
So how old are you now?
I'm not telling you.
Somebody get out a calculator. But I'm going to say 91.
Yep. So we were commenting, his daughter comes all the way from Chicago to be here with her mom and dad. She's over here taking pictures. This, we were talking about the giant Atlantic pumpkin and Howard Dill, who was a farmer who was doing genetics and got the pumpkins that they could be large and they could be orange. So here at Pumpkinfest, we do have a Howard Dill Award. Look how nice and orange and shiny.
And bumpy.
And bumpy, but still.
We're going to call this pumpkin lumpy. I know, this is really neat. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That pattern? He painted it. Fred said he painted it. That's a really neat pumpkin. All right, he does. Fred, we're going to put you up there on the leaderboard. 1,330 and a half pounds. 1,330 and a half puts you.
Guess what? Guess what position you are?
What's that?
Guess what number position you are? He was saying one year he brought a 900-pound pumpkin and he ended up in 4th. The next year he brought a 1,700-pound pumpkin and he ended up in 4th. So I'm saying, guess what position you're in now?
9.
Or 4th. You're in 4th.
You're 4th again. God, we can't get you out of 4th, Fred. There you are up on the board. Give him a big round of applause. He is the grandfather of Pumpkinfest, Fred Haynes. All right, go find your bride. All right. Wow.
His bride of 64 years. And she'll still go home with him even though
She could have killed
her.
him and
I
been
know,
out
right?
40 years ago.
Hit him at 200 pounds or so.
I'm just saying. Hey, let's just see. How many people in the crowd are married 30 years or more? Put your hands up.
Good for you. Look
You
at y'all.
and every one of you should be proud. Okay, how many people in the crowd, put your hand up, married 40 years or more? All right, you're crazy. How many people in the crowd married 50 years or more? You're not even 50 years old. Sorry, 50 or more. Where? Right here? Where else? Over a bunch over. It's like you all congregated. What'd you call each other? 50 or more. I know we have 60 or more because Fred and his wife are 60 or more. Anybody 60 or more? 60 or more? Where? Are you? Yeah. Leave him. He's not worth it. No. Did you notice how we are that age demo that stays married because we work at it, right? Congratulations to you. Congratulations to all of you that put your hand up 30 years or more. Good for you. We're 37. Pretty proud of it. Work hard to get there. Oh, not you. Awesome. How many people not from Ontario? Is there anybody in the crowd not from Ontario? Do we have any? Oh, some people. Where? Where are you guys? Yell. Where are you from? Spain? What language do they speak in? Spanish?
Probably Spanish.
Hold up. That's all I got. I speak Portuguese a little. Is it similar?
Similar.
Bom dia. Como estás? Huh? Okay, no. That's not the same. All right. Welcome. Where from where in Spain? Tenerife? Is that what you said? The Canary Islands. Okay.
Della Reeves, didn't she sing? She was an actress.
Close.
Okay.
That's
and
what
where are you
happens
from?
when you
You said
get
you were from
Vancouver.
Vancouver.
I love Vancouver. We had a good time in Vancouver. Except for that one street we were on. I'm not sure what the heck that was.
We were in the entertainment district when we stayed over.
Yeah.
The island's nice.
The island's
Love
lovely.
the island. And where are you from? Great Britain.
Great Britain? What language do you speak? Oh, I'm sorry.
Man, the new world record was just set in England.
Yes, was just set in England. The new world record.
You could have stayed home and saw a new world record.
Anybody
else?
else?
We love that you're here. Thank you so much for coming.
Anybody else outside of Ontario? Okay, then let's do the other one. How many people first time at Pumpkinfest? That's this is crazy this year of how many first timers.
What do you think?
Cool.
Yeah, amazing. I love it.
Why? What made you come this year? Anybody who's here for the first time, what made you come this year? Yes. First time, but why? Yeah, it's the weirdest thing ever, and hard to believe you're sober and this is happening. Yeah, now I get you. What about other people over here? First time people, why did you pick this year? There's a whole bunch. Why? Why? Well, we tried to put it on hold, and we couldn't. We had to go. Hi, Sage. Well, I don't care why you're here. On behalf of Pumpkinfest, thank you for allowing us to be some entertainment today. Mr. John Butler's pumpkin. Come on into here, my friend. You are noted for growing big tall sunflowers, and it looks like you had a pretty good pumpkin year.
I'm known for growing hollow pumpkins.
Hollow pumpkins are not good.
No, they're not.
All right.
Well, they might be good, just not for our purposes.
Just not for this. John, all the way from St. Thomas, Ontario. Oh. Get up there. Get up there. I can't tell you you're number one, but I can tell you you're number two. 1394.5 pounds. John Butler of St. Thomas slips into second spot on the leaderboard, which means you now need a 1,000-pound pumpkin to make the leader, just under 1,000 pounds to make the leaderboard. If you thought the last stem was big, you should see this. Holy cow. I'll see if, when you guys load it, see if you can spin it so people can see that stem. Awesome. Give them another nice round of applause. What other thing is St. Thomas, Ontario noted for?
Jumbo.
Jumbo, the elephant. That's
Jumbo
where
the
Jumbo
elephant.
died. Hit by a train. Good. Hey, there you go.
Local history. Just checked on the 50-50 table. We are almost to the $16,000 mark. So get your 50-50 tickets.
So I checked with Joanne. Last year, we got to 18,000 after 2 days.
2 days. Huh?
Yeah. It might be worth getting yourself a little ticket.
Then you'll really love Pumpkinfest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you'll come back.
Just so you have a chance to look at the size of the stem on
Look
this
how
thing.
big that is. That is incredible. As if I weighed 1,400 pounds, my leg would be that big too.
We will have our different things on display. And you are, of course, more than welcome to take pictures. Just ask that you don't touch them or lean on them or anything like that. Because some of these are, well, one, they don't belong to us. And two, some of them will be taking them to other competitions, other fairs and so what. So they still need to be in some good shape. So by all means, take all the pictures you want, but just don't touch them or lean on them, please.
Yeah, what we're here doing today is Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. So obviously it's a big event for Pumpkinfest, but it's part of an overall much bigger competition, and it's called the GPC, the Giant Pumpkin Commonwealth, and that is a competition that is at sites that are registered all over the world. So it's not just what's happening here in Pumpkinfest, but it's happening at sites all over the place over a longer period of time. And so the pumpkins that are, and squash, et cetera, that are getting weighed here, they can only get weighed one time. But sometimes what they're going to do is take a giant pumpkin, for example, to a fair or to a grocery store and help raise money by having people guess what that weighed. and you pay $1, get a ticket, make a guess, the winner gets whatever prize, and the money gets donated to a charity. So these pumpkins are going to get weighed here. You'll notice we're not writing the weight on the pumpkin or squash, and that's why, because they are going to be used for many, many other things.
And of course, they're going to use them for the seeds.
Seeds and the most wicked jack-o'-lantern ever. People love them. We had a 500-pounder on our front yard one year, and there were people stopping for weeks.
Thanks to Doug Court. We did not grow it.
Thanks to Doug. There were people stopping for weeks to take pictures, and after about a week, you really don't want to lean on it. It's gone soft by then, but yeah. Adam, if you can you bring up the photos of the cars? If you can bring them up. We're going to show you just a couple of cars that are on display. Now, they happen to be our cars, but the classic car show here at Pumpkinfest, the largest two-day car show in the province. That is a little baby tomato. That's the front of our house, the side of our house with a tomato plant growing. And there we go. So that's one of our two cars on display here. There are about 800 classic cars on display. That one is just outside this gate. That's a 1947 Buick Super with the inline 6-cylinder engine, which was called the Fireball. Luckily, it didn't blow up. And that was actually considered a limo back in 1947. And if we flick to the other one that will be on display here will be a chair. Oh, it's the only one we got? Okay, sorry. The other one we have is a...
More McQuays.
Oh, yes. The other one we got is a 1969 Pontiac Parisienne, the big yellow car.
So Dave and Easton, is Easton taking credit for this one?
Oh, yeah, it's Easton.
Yes, Easton's looking worried. Are you worried? Yeah, whatever. So do you have a guess? How much do you think it weighs?
Easton's not going to say a word.
No, he's not.
He's
not going to talk
saying a word.
That's okay. That's okay. So our leader currently, 1,481.
Easton, make
you
your
got the
pumpkin
second
eat.
heaviest. 1,443 pounds. A big hand for Easton.
Second spot on the leaderboard. Oh, Easton, all you had to do was feed it one more day. 1443. That's a monster pumpkin. Easton is not smiling. He's not talking. He wants a beaver tail.
I don't know, the onion blossom's looking pretty good out there. Has anybody had the onion blossom? Oh, that looks mighty good.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whose idea at Pumpkinfest it was to put you and I in here, lock us in a room for 8 hours, and put the food trucks right outside that door.
Nana, nana, boo boo. You can't have any. Beaver tails, funnel cakes, the, what are they called? Tornado potatoes? Oh, those are always a favorite.
It's a slushy thing, but I ate it all.
So none for you, Dave.
You stay there.
Those people from Paisley are like that.
What did you get?
Slushy, but I ate it all.
Slushy, but you ate it all. Where are you guys from? Oh, that's why I never go to Paisley. Anybody else who had something that you ate and you went, oh, I'm going to have that again tomorrow? What did you eat? A snow cone? Oh, I Love snow cones. Blue one? I love blue snow cones. If I give you money, will you get me a blue snow cone? How long's the line? Probably crazy. Not that bad? You just want my money. I'll never see you again. You're like every other woman in my life. So, anybody else who had something really good to eat? Whoa, you're having one of them too. You're having a slushie too. All right, I might have to have a slushie. I don't know, what else? Who else? Anybody over here have something to eat that you're going to recommend? Here, on site. Supreme poutine? That's not
Any
good.
poutine is good poutine.
Chicken fajita. What don't we have on site? We don't get out of here, so. What else? Chicken fajita, poutine. Pat, we're going for food.
We got lots of tomatoes over there.
Yeah, we could have
Make some
tomato
BLTs.
sandwich. You don't want to eat any of what you're currently seeing.
So Dave, we got 3 left. Got that squash. We've got
2 more.
Art's pumpkin, and we've got Terry's pumpkin.
Oh, I'm excited.
And they all look big.
We're getting to 2. I have that feeling. We're getting to 2,000
This
this year.
squash looks solid. Like this looks like a solid squash.
So let's bring up the squash leaderboard. Adam, let's see what it's currently sitting at. Look at this. So 539 will get you to the squash leaderboard. Will get you first place or bigger. I don't think this is really that even close of a competition. Look at the size of what's coming.
Paul wants sushi. Do we have sushi on site?
Do we have sushi out there? Does anybody know? We could go fishing.
Really? On the lake and we don't have fish available somewhere?
Yeah, we should get that. All right. No sushi. All right, Art. This is yours? You're not giving any
So
credit
your
to John whatsoever.
So your squash and your pumpkin are one of the last 3 things to be weighed? Yeah. Wow.
What does that mean to a grower when they push you back to the back of the line? That usually means good things.
It does mean good things. You're pretty happy.
All right. Look at this first time we've seen it today. So I'm going to assume that was the stem on the bottom.
It's hollow on the bottom.
Yep. So the stem would have been on the bottom of this, and then the squash.
For those over here,
grew
have a
over
look as
top.
it comes by. You're going to see it was on the top.
Our biggest ever.
Not as big as last year's, but still looks solid. Judge having a look.
So Art has the largest squash we've ever weighed here at Pumpkinfest. That was last year. His squash was 1,471 pounds. Let's see if we can get a new site record out of this one. And when you have that kind of success, you make sure you get the seeds out of it. So this squash was grown with the seed from last year's squash. Got it.
It's being stubborn.
These guys are working for it today. All right, we're not going to get a new site record. We didn't expect it. But you squashed the competition. Like, I mean squashed it. Previous leader, 539, and I think that's the last squashed away today. Champion for this year by not a ton, but close, 1,048.5 pounds. Give them a round of applause. 1048.5, this year's heaviest squash at the 40th annual Pumpkinfest. Art Johnston from St. Thomas will be your squash champion. Yeah, take a picture of that.
His pumpkin's bigger. I don't know. It's a solid squash. The pumpkin might not. It's bigger, but is it heavier?
Traditionally, squash don't grow quite as big because people want that glory of being the pumpkin champion, but they're very similar as far as the gene pool is.
And they do tend to weigh less,
Yes.
which is why some people might get upset that they think they brought a squash and could be the winner, but then you see a spot of orange and now not so much.
Funny that was it the Van Somerens that were talking about, I can't remember who was talking about, the fact that the orange appeared on their pumpkin 2 days ago. It was green all the way through. Okay, McQuaid's, you might be right. It was green all the way, and then the last 2 days, orange appeared. And once orange appears, then you have a pumpkin.
So even a good example. So Art is going to win the squash category with 1,048.
He would have
And
barely made top 10.
He wouldn't even, in a pumpkin. So that's the difference. So 1,048 would have put him in like 8th in the pumpkin category. So that's the difference. Two more to go. Two more to go. I'm surprised the harness goes around this one. Now, we talked about this earlier. This harness, I mean, how do you lift pumpkins that are this big? We went to Bruce Power and the engineering minds, and they came up with the harness. And it has since been used at weigh-offs around the world. But every year they have to reevaluate because every year the pumpkins get bigger. And I am shocked that the harness went around this pumpkin because it is big. Even as it comes in, look at the stem on it.
So I was just talking to Art. This is most likely his personal best ever. It's heavy enough that the back tires are not completely off the ground, but they're round, which means it's taking a lot of weight off the back.
1539
Is his personal.
is his personal best. He thinks
We'll beat that by a lot.
there's quite a bit of green still on the edges
There
on
is.
this one.
It still had some growing it could have done maybe. All right, don't look.
Don't look, Art.
Don't look.
Now don't ooh and ah yet, because people are standing on the weight and the harness. But still. Ah, Dave ruins your fun.
All right. Wouldn't it be neat if we could get to 1481? What if we got to 1600? Would you be happy?
Yep, I would be.
What if we got to 1650? Would you be happy?
I'd be even happier.
What if by chance Robin put her foot on it and we got to 1700?
Oh, I'd really like that.
And you're going to love 1700, 45.5 pounds, a new personal record, and the new leader.
It's a tough thing when you got to lift the sign so high that you can see the weight behind the pumpkin.
That's, why we put the weight thing up that high? Robin can't reach it. I'm going to pay for that, but whatever.
Even that one's got quite a bump on the bottom. It's not a bump, it's a inverted bump. The stem's over here. So, all right, that one was cool. The last one is the one we've been waiting for.
Where did we get the food from this year? Was this Vanderwerf's?
Yeah. Always great people to feed all the volunteers. Thank you very much to Vanderwerf.
I know Gary Hamer will appreciate that. That's the best cookie I might have ever had, Gary. Hold on, I'm going to give Gary a cookie. Here, come here and try this. This is the world famous curling guy, Gary Hamer. So Gary Hamer agrees. My cousin's here too. Here, I'll give her one. Come here, Carla. Have a cookie. If you make them, no thanks. I didn't make them. Vanderwerf's did. Here, Bob, you eat one. If I was my cousin, I wouldn't trust me either. What the prizes are? Money. Not enough. I'll tell you in a minute. I'm just leaving you in suspense. Somebody's asking what our prize structure is for the year. I'll give you an idea. If you win the pumpkin category, so the heaviest pumpkin today receives $3,200. Heaviest squash, $1,200. Watermelon, $200. Gourd, $100. Field pumpkin, $100. Tomato, $100. Bushel gourd, $100. And marrow, $100. just some of the idea of what they're worth.
And that's what they get from us. If it was
A world record
of some sort, they would get more piled on top of that. However, and it is awesome, the price structure here is amazing. This is why we get so many pumpkins. However, if you calculate the hours of caring for your pumpkin,
How many of you are willing to work for 20 bucks an hour? Would you work for 20 bucks an hour? Okay, now would you work for 10? Now would you work for 2? In this, you work for about 13 cents an hour. It's not worth it. Don't do it for money. Do it for fun. These are good cookies.
and bragging rights. Bragging rights for sure. Although, trust me, from Jeff's example last year, when you win the $3,000, you have yourself a really good time Saturday night.
So if you're Jeff Warner, you win $3,000 and spend $6,000. And that's just at the bar Saturday night. Look at the size of this.
All right, now that you see it, do you think?
Can we play the Jaws theme? Do we?
Do you think we've got somebody who's going to overtake
look at how-
1745?
Our first apartment was in Barrie. We paid $1,500 a month for something smaller than that. Come here, Terry. Come on over here, Terry. Don't put it down yet. Keep it up. Come here, Terry. Oh, they're not putting her on the ground yet, Terry.
No, we're waiting for you before they even put her down.
All right. You're just getting back into growing after doing it 20, 25 years ago. Obviously, it went pretty well.
It did all right.
You might be the most humble person we've had up here. Is that going to change?
It might.
I'm not going to ask you what it measured, but I'm also going to ask you not to look at the weigh scale. I want you to look way over there. Are you ready? We've never had a 2,000-pound pumpkin before. Here we go.
Is this the day?
Come on, Daddy or Mommy. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl.
We're going to cheat. Sorry.
When you 1,965 pounds. Is that the heaviest we've ever grown? Is that not the site record?
Missed it by a pound and a half.
Missed it by a pound and a half. I don't care. Give him a huge round of applause. Your 2025 40th Annual Port Elgin Pumpkinfest champion, Terry Weber. Wow. Somebody throw their child on top of this thing.
A pound and a half. Oh,
There he
there
goes.
it is. It's his pumpkin. He's allowed. Oh, there you go.
There we go. We're good
there
now.
It is. He's not happy.
Oh, and he
at
is.
all. Oh, there you go.
Oh, man. That is incredible. Terry, welcome back to Growing Pumpkins.
And grown in Kincardine. That is amazing. Everybody good?
All right,
All
come on.
right.
Come on over here for a sec. Okay. What did that tape measure? That's pretty close, right?
Yeah, it was 1953 or something.
So when you grew 20 years ago, 25 years ago, what would have been your personal best at the time?
I think it was 275.
275?
Yeah, 200.
275. You increased that considerably. What happened? What happened and how did you do it? I know you're not going to give me all of the secrets, so you're not supposed to.
It just happened. I don't know.
If you could you just happen it 40 pounds heavier next year?
I'm hoping.
All right. Give Terry a nice round of applause. Take a photo. That is your champion.
Still, it was the heaviest. I got that part right.
Wow. If you want, hang on. It'll take about 15 minutes to half an hour before we do our award ceremony to wrap up day one here in the weigh-off area.
But that is by no means the wrap up for the day.
Still lots of stuff happening in all parts of Pumpkinfest on the grounds. Don't forget karaoke tonight on the big stage. Remember, we start tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with day number 2, the weigh-off, and so much more, all part of the 40th edition of Pumpkinfest here in Port Elgin. For those of you viewing on YouTube, thank you for bearing with us for the day today. We hope to see you back here, same place tomorrow for the broadcast of day number 2 of Pumpkinfest. There we go. And actually, we ended up getting one more. We have another watermelon that we haven't apparently weighed in yet. Brittany Van Someren. We want to make sure we get that watermelon up here. We may have a new champion watermelon coming our way.
For For OLG, giving back is about more than our financial contributions. It's about making life better for the people and communities of Ontario. For 2 decades and counting, OLG has sponsored community events and activities that enrich the lives of Ontarians. Arts, culture, music, and so much more. It's one of the many ways OLG gives back to communities. Because when we play together, we win together.
All right, there we go. Back here, live, Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, the 40th anniversary. We did not mean to miss you, Brittany. You know that. Brittany Van Someren is here with a beautiful watermelon. Look at this. Yeah, you can give me a woo. All right, who's gonna? Oh, I don't know if I'm ever ready for this. What are we gonna do with this one? You're gonna eat it? I hope so. This one will taste good. Yes, this one's gonna taste good. It's about the right size. So, watermelons, we got them up on the board. It's a good thing we're weighing this because you're gonna be at 3rd spot for watermelons today at 81.5 pounds. 3rd spot, give Brittany a big round of applause. Now you're gonna eat it? You know, if you want help, I can help. I don't have anything to cut. I don't know what we'd cut it open with. Well, yeah, but we don't have a saw. But you know what works good is a machete. If we have somebody who's got a machete. I don't want to cut Brittany's. I don't want to cut your watermelon open on you. Take it home. They want to take it home to feed it to their own family. I would too, but I have a knife. If somebody donates something, we're going to cut it open. These kind of watermelons at about 80 pounds are very sweet. Very, very sweet. So they're actually very good to eat. Okay, get your picture taken. just coming into the weigh-off area now. We have completed today's weigh-off. On display is our champion pumpkin right here in front of the weigh-off area. That pumpkin weighed by Terry Weber of Kincardine at 1,965.5 pounds. It is on display right here in the front. That is 1.5 pounds shy of the heaviest ever weighed here at Pumpkinfest. That's going to stay on display. If you'd like to get a photograph with that, please don't touch any of the items that are on display, but you're very welcome to take any photos that you want. Growers, just be aware, we are roughly 15 minutes away from the awards. Growers, please be aware, we're about 15 minutes away from today's presentation of the awards. Okay, growers, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning for awards. Still left in the way off area, we thank you very much. We're sorry you missed all of the way off, but we do have, of course, on display our giant pumpkin that came in just under the 2,000 pound mark, and we're going to meet the grower of that from Kincardine, Ontario in just a little while. Before I go any further, just give all the growers a chance to get inside. For any of the fans that are sitting here to see the awards, all of the growers, we have a couple kind of spread out in here, but most of them are located down at that end where you see the sign that says registration here. Could we have a nice round of applause for the folks that start growing at the middle of May and stop growing today? That's those folks. And it is time to meet the growers and those who had the most successful season. So first of all, we're going to be starting with the other category, or most unusual things that we saw today. Finishing in third position from London, Ontario with his 21.35 pound kohlrabi is the grandfather of Pumpkinfest, Mr. Fred Hain. Fred, we're coming to you, big guy. Second position from Massey, Ontario, from 6.95 pound, something called the Caveman Gourd, Jason Beam from Massey, Ontario. Jason, come on up. And the winner of the other category this year with a mango wurzel at 19 pounds from Tiverton, Ontario, longtime Pumpkinfest supporters Bob and Elaine McKenzie. From the marrow category now, we had 2 marrows come in. And we will congratulate, we had 3 marrows come in this year. So first of all, finishing in third position with a 47 pound marrow from Kincardine, Terry Weber. In second position for the marrows, all the way from Shawville, Quebec, at 55.65 pounds, Todd Klein. And the champion marrow from Tiverton, Ontario, with an 89.5-pound marrow, Bob and Elaine Mackenzie. Did you not take the hug from Klein? He said it afterwards. All right. Todd, you can come and get a high tonight at the bar. Yeah. All right. The bushel gourds, first of all, finishing in third position with a 177-pound bushel gourd. He's the guy that helped invent Pumpkinfest. From Port Elgin, Doug Court. Second position with a 217-pound bushel gourd from Kincardine, back to growing after 25 years, Terry Weber. And your champion, also from that area, 233.5 pounds, Bob and Elaine Mackenzie. There are two ways to grow sunflowers, one for height, the other one is sunflower face. How wide is that sunflower face? Well, here are your top three today. First of all, with a sunflower face coming in at 20 inches wide, from Port Elgin, Courtney McGuire. In second position, just 1 inch bigger at 21 inches, from Palmerston, Dennis Hartung. And the biggest sunflower face here today from Southampton, 2 feet on the button, a 24-inch wide sunflower face for Doug Mahan. That's why Doug was anxious. Cornstalk is grown for height. How tall can you grow your cornstalk? Well, with a 161.5-inch cornstalk, finishing in third position today from Port Elgin, Doug Court. At 279 inches long, from St. Thomas, Art Johnston. They ride here in the same vehicle, but sometimes one of them needs to Uber home. The tallest cornstalk, 296 inches, also from St. Thomas, John Butler. Now we go to sunflower for length. The height of your sunflower. Finishing in third position with a sunflower of 242 inches tall. From St. Thomas, Art Johnston. In second spot, 258 inches tall, also from St. Thomas, John Butler. And the big kahuna of them all, the tallest sunflower here today, 308 inches tall, so tall it couldn't really make it into the rafters up here, from Palmerston, Dennis Hartung. Now we take a look at some big tomatoes that came in today. The third position goes to 5.20 pounds. Okay, I need to make something correct here. Joanne, come here for a sec. We just had to check something here because I remember, Pat, yours was display only. I remember that. Okay. So finishing, we're going to have to rewrite these checks for the tomato category, so you're going to have to hang on for a minute, but that's okay. We're still going to give you your prize in front of everybody. Finishing in third position, 5.2 pounds, is Art Johnston from St. Thomas. It looks like we have a tie for that. It's actually a tie for second, so you're going to have to decide how you do that. Also at 5.2 pounds, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. But the big kahuna for the tomato category today at 5.55 pounds from Palmerston, Dennis Hartung. With special notice to Pat Watson, the head of the GVGO, who brought with him a tomato today that unfortunately didn't qualify, but would have come in as a new Ontario record at 8.15 pounds. Is that correct? So give Pat a nice round of applause. Unfortunately, we had a leaker and it didn't qualify, but boy, that was a big one. Now to the cabbage category. It'll be the top three receiving prizes today. And first of all, a 16.40 pound cabbage is Dennis Hartung, again from Palmerston. Finishing in second position, 44.5 pounds, he joins us all the way from Englehart, Ontario. The Party King, Jeff Warner. And the winner of cabbage this year, 46 pounds, is Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. Now to the long gourd category. The long gourds. Third position at 132 inches from St. Thomas, John Butler. In second spot, also from St. Thomas, 133 inches, is Art Johnston. And the winner of long gourd at 162.5 inches from Palmerston, Dennis Hartung. The field pumpkin category, it got nice and heated this year and eventually shook out with a third place finish, 116-pound field pumpkin for Louise Court of Port Elgin. That award will be gladly accepted by Doug Court, but never to be seen by Doug again. Oh no, Louise is getting everything. We know she's getting it. Finishing in second spot, 132-pound field pumpkin from Gananoque, Mike And the big field pumpkin comes in at 155 pounds for Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. By the way, we got to say a big thanks for making the trip from Gananoque, actually from Howe Island. It's a heck of a swim with that thing on your back. Good job. Now the watermelons. Late, way off. We apologize to her for not getting her in till the very end, but she's happy to wait because she'll finish in third spot with an 81.5-pound watermelon from Vienna, Ontario, Brittany Van Someren. With 2 growing kids, that's not going to last very long. 115 pounds in second spot, Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. And the big one, the big watermelon this year comes in at 136 pounds. One of the founding fathers of this event from Port Elgin, Mr. Doug Court. So now we move into the top 2 categories of the day. The first ones will be the squash category with top 5 receiving awards. 5th position this year at 367.5 pounds of squash from Otterville, Ontario, Steve Swinow. Fourth was 378 pounds worth of squash. Back with us this year, and good to see him, and good to see the family from St. Thomas, Mr. Joel Jarvis. At 391 pounds, finishing in third from Vienna, Ontario, Theo Van Someren. Wait, give Theo time. Theo's the shy. Come here, Theo. Get your money. Not to be outdone, 539 pounds from Vienna, Renee Van Someren. Here comes Renee. Oh, no. Dad, take me. That'll buy you a lot of glow-in-the-dark shoes. And maybe a washcloth. Yeah, atta girl, get into it. The winner, 1,048.5 pounds of squash from St. Thomas, Art Johnston. So we're going to do the 2 special awards before we get into the top 10 pumpkins here. First of all, the Howard Dill Award. So the Howard Dill Award is an award that's given out for the nicest color orange of pumpkin. Howard Dill from Windsor, Nova Scotia was a gentleman that believed that giant pumpkins should be orange and bred them as such. And in his memory this year, the winner of the Howard Dill Award is Joel Jarvis from St. Thomas. It's not often that we get novice growers that get to close to the 1,000-pound mark. But this year we did that. And we want to congratulate them. They will actually finish in 12th position overall, just under the 1,000-pound mark with a 974-pound pumpkin. They are from Moorfield, Ontario, this year's Novice Grower of the Year, Mike and Kathy Oosterhoff. And now to your top 10 pumpkins of the day today. Once again, growers, we couldn't believe it when we saw this lineup show up at the door. And one more time, Pumpkinfest, if you didn't have an 1,100-pound pumpkin, you didn't make the top 10. That's crazy. Top 10, first of all, 10th position, 1,164.5 pounds from London, Ontario, the better half, Dorothy Hain. We're coming to you, Dorothy. Ninth position, 1,178 pounds. From Vienna, Marius Van Sommeren. That's going to buy you a whole lot of rides on the Midway, big guy. 1,330.5 pounds in 8th position from London, Ontario, the grandfather of Pumpkinfest, Mr. Fred Hain. Seventh position, 1,357.5 from Delhi, Shannon McQuay. By the way, thanks for sitting near us at the Growers Seminar. Had a good time. Sixth position, 1,387.5 pounds. I think what he said to me was, at one point I said, whatever I get, I get. What he got was sixth position from from Jeff Warner from Englehart, Ontario. I almost put you in the wrong town. You should move. 1,394.5 pounds. He is from St. Thomas. That's where I got it from. I read it. From St. Thomas, John Butler. Number 4 was 1,443 pounds even from Delhi, Ontario. Dave and Easton McQuay. Third position, travels all the way from Shawville, Quebec. 1,481 pounds in third spot, Todd Klein. Now you get the hug. Second is 1,745.5 pounds. I believe this was the personal best. St. Thomas, Art Johnston. And here it is, this year's champion. After 25 years of just sitting around doing nothing, he gets back in the field. He has a great year. He misses the site record by 1.5 pounds. But I don't think he cares because he gets the big check. Here he is, your pumpkin champion for the 40th edition of Pumpkinfest from Kincardine, Terry Weber. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we have a nice round of applause for all those people that you just met and all the people you didn't meet who spend the summer and their money and their time growing these things so you and I can sit here at Pumpkinfest and say, what the heck is that? Thank you very much for joining us here at Pumpkinfest in the Bruce Power Growers Arena. We're not done. The site has stuff happening all afternoon. Robin and I will be back here tomorrow morning. Our way off starts right around 10 o'clock again, and we're going to be here right through the day with lots more. So for those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for joining us on behalf of Robin Woods and myself. For those of you who are here, watch, enjoy, take pictures, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for day number 2 of Pumpkinfest.
For OLG, giving back is about more than our financial contributions. It's about making life better for the people and communities of Ontario. For 2 decades and counting, OLG has sponsored community events and activities that enrich the lives of Ontarians. Arts, culture, music, and so much more. It's one of the many ways OLG gives back to communities. Because when we play together, we win together.